And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman along with meteorologist Sean Ash, joining you here on our WTHR live streaming app. Because of severe weather that's getting ready to enter the state, we've had numerous tornado warnings across parts of Illinois, and now we're starting to see that cross the state line north and west of Indianapolis, and in fact north and west of Lafayette. But we do have a couple of our areas that are now under a tornado warning, and so that's where we're going to start this evening, just to give you an idea of where these warnings are, where we expect the storms to go. So we'll travel north of Indianapolis, and it's again still north of Lafayette, but there are tornado warnings issued for parts of Benton County, and then as you move north toward Newton and Jasper. So Fowler, Rensselaer under these tornado warnings, not necessarily for what we have in place right now northeast of Fowler, but what's developing and what's coming our way from parts of Illinois. So I'll slide the radar over and you can see this long line of thunderstorms, severe storms that continues to push off to the east. So these warnings have been issued by the National Weather Service in advance of that line of storms. Let's show you the areas that are highlighted here for the tornado warning until 9:45. This is radar indicated at this point for Benton into parts of Jasper and Newton County. So in our area, Benton County, and then in the far northwestern part of the state into Jasper and Newton. Tornado warning until 9:45. These storms do have a history of producing tornadoes. They have a history of wind damage as they moved across portions of Illinois. In fact, I'm going to come out and we'll put the storm reports on, because sometimes that can help in our coverage, just to show you. Look at all of the storm reports. Well, obviously a lot of lightning, but in between the lightning, you can see all of the storm reports as well. In fact, I'm going to remove the lightning real quick. Let's do this, and then there the storm reports show up a little better. So I just removed the lightning. Lots of storm reports, most of these associated with damaging wind, and there were several confirmed tornadoes across the north central sections of Illinois as well. So that's what's coming our way. In addition to the tornado warnings that are now across the state line, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings with different tags on them from the National Weather Service. So they mean slightly different things, just to give folks a heads up that this one could be a stronger severe storm with that tornado possible. So instead of just the severe thunderstorm warning, it's tagged as a considerable threat with a tornado possible. And those are warnings basically in the Champaign, Illinois area, if you're familiar, just across the state line. So those come to the state line just west of some of our counties, including Vermilion, Park, Putnam, Fountain. So that line of storms is something that we think is going to have an impact for us over perhaps the next several hours, unless we would get some weakening. But this is how radar looks. Most of central Indiana is in the clear. We've got a little cell south of Muncie, and then the big complex of storms that is approaching the northwestern part of our area. And what's highlighted here in red, again, these are tornado warnings issued for parts of Benton, Newton, and Jasper counties because of this line of storms that's starting to move our way. Let's slide back, and we will do a little more analysis on this line of storms. So what we're going to look for here, that damaging wind potential, the rotating part of these thunderstorms, and what's happening with this line. There are going to be these little areas of rotation along the line. So when we track severe weather and we're looking for thunderstorms that may produce tornadoes, we look for little red and green close together. We've got a bunch of that up and down this line, indicating that potential for straight line wind damage, but also the potential that some of these cells, individual storms within the line, may actually rotate. So that's going to be a concern, and that's really the reason the National Weather Service has gone tornado warnings for these. Fowler, you're included, and then up toward the Rensselaer area because of all of these little notches along this line of thunderstorms that is making its way out of the eastern sections of Illinois. So this is one thing that we can look at. We can also put on our shear detector or rotation detector. Doesn't necessarily mean this storm is producing a tornado, but it indicates to us and highlights to you, kind of easier to see, where we have that possibility of damaging wind and or a thunderstorm that may produce a tornado. And you can see a lot of that just across the state line. Again, that's the reason the National Weather Service went ahead and issued these tornado warnings. And we can also show you back in time. And so we'll come out a little bit, and you can see really kind of the path of some of these thunderstorms that continue to move our way. There's a meteorologist up at Purdue that has been on eyes on some of these storms. And so not surprising that there was a little bit of rotation showing up northwest of Lafayette. She was near the Lake Village area. Is that correct, Sean? Lake Village. So she was near the Lake Village area taking some pictures and found a rotating wall cloud and also what appeared to be kind of a thin funnel. She said that it never really matured into anything, but not surprising that we had a little blip of rotation there near the Lafayette area in and around Lake Village. And there are the storm reports still showing up out to our west across the northern sections of Illinois. I am going to remove those, and then we'll add them back on as we get any reports locally. Let's come out to a slightly larger view. And this is going to show you over time the thunderstorms that we're watching. This complex, obviously, it's easy to see with the satellite and radar now moving east of Champaign, and this kind of snakes its way back to just north of St. Louis. The tornadic threat with this line of storms at this point appears to be the northern half, and that's where we find most of the tornado warnings. There's been a flash flooding threat with this line of storms and a damaging wind threat as well.
New severe thunderstorm warnings.
New severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
I see it there. Okay, so we'll go back to the local view. That's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is
east of 55.
Gust to 55?
East, moving east of 55.
East of 55. Thank you very much. So again, what the National Weather Service is seeing is what you're seeing here on radar. These storms approaching Danville, Illinois. All of this will move off to the east. You said east at 55?
Yeah.
So they're moving pretty quickly off to the east. They are going to impact not only with that tornado warning for Benton County, but we now have severe thunderstorm warnings for Warren, Fountain, Vermilion, Northern Park, northwestern Montgomery, into Tippecanoe, and this will continue to work its way off to the east. While we're kind of on this view, I am going to do a track, and I'm just going to track the entire basically line of storms, just so you can see where we expect it to go. And they are moving east at 55. So we'll go out 55 miles per hour. And that takes it into Veedersburg in less than 20, so about 9:15, 9:10, 9:15, about 9:30 for Lafayette, into Monon about 9:45, give or take. Crawfordsville, that will happen just before 10. Frankfort at about 10 o'clock, and Flora at about 10 as well. So that kind of shows the path or the track of this line of storms. Now, you may get a couple of storms in advance of that main line, but the line that has prompted the new severe thunderstorm warning for places like Lafayette, Veedersburg, into West Lafayette, up toward the Monon area, all of this is moving east at about 55 miles per hour. Let's remove the track, and we'll get you the details on the severe thunderstorm warning for you. So the warning is going to include, we mentioned Tippecanoe, Carroll, Clinton, Fountain, Montgomery Park, Tippecanoe, Vermilion, Warren. So it is a large warning until 9:30. The tag on this, considerable, tornado possible, not surprising based on the atmosphere that's in place. But that's the way the National Weather Service is probably going to word most of the warnings this evening, and winds that may be up to 70 miles per hour or so. So we want you to, in a situation like this, when we know that these storms have a history of producing tornadoes, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, you're also under a tornado watch. I'm going to show you that in just a minute. We want you to treat these storms as if they could produce a tornado and do so quickly. So even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, in certain communities, sirens will sound, and we want to make sure that you treat it just as if a tornado could be produced pretty quickly. So that means lowest level of your home, away from windows and doors, and just let the storms pass you by. Because even if it ends up being straight line wind damage, that straight line wind damage can do just as much as a low end tornado. And we do know these storms have a history of wind damage and producing some tornadoes, and they will continue to move off to the east. So it's just before 9 o'clock on a Thursday night. We have a tornado warning for Benton, parts of southern Jasper and Newton counties, and then south of there, including Lafayette, about Crawfordsville, those of you in Veedersburg, the rest of Vermilion County, Rockville, you're also included. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30. The tornado warning goes until 9:45. So we continue to monitor an intense line of thunderstorms that will continue to move from west to east across central Indiana. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman. If you're just joining us here on the WTHR live stream, we are covering breaking weather, severe weather, and really not a surprise. Sean Ash, meteorologist Sean Ash, also here as we kind of settle in for what most likely will be a busy night. I promised to show you the tornado watch, so let's do that. This was issued, about a half hour ago maybe, and does include a good part of our northern viewing area. So from Boone and Clinton counties up to Lafayette, Delphi, Monticello, also included Logansport in that tornado watch, and this comes as far east as Marion and Hartford City. So just north of Muncie, everything highlighted in pink. This is a tornado watch until 2 a.m. It's not going to last that long. These storms are moving quickly. We know they're entering the state now at about 9 o'clock, but they will be with us over the next couple of hours, bringing with it the threat of damaging wind gusts to 70 and thunderstorms that may quickly produce tornadoes. And that's really the reason Storm Prediction Center went tornado watch on this. These storms have a history of producing tornadoes, and they want, when these warnings are issued, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, they want to make sure that that message gets out that that severe storm may quickly produce a tornado with little to no warning. So the warning will be the severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible, and that's how we want you to treat the warnings as we head into this evening. This is, as I showed you, a long line of thunderstorms. The tornado watches locally and across parts of Illinois, they have been dropped west where that severe threat is over. The severe threat, however, continues to the east, and then down through St. Louis, it is a severe thunderstorm watch. Again, what we think is probably the beginning of a relatively busy night for us. We have to get through this line of thunderstorms. Moving at 55 miles per hour, it's going to take a few hours, so expect some continuing coverage here on WTHR Plus. If necessary, we'll switch over to 13. The Fever game is on this evening. They were winning. Are they still winning? Nope, it's tied up, I think. But we obviously want to make sure that you know, just maybe you're watching the Fever game and watching us on your phone or your laptop or your tablet on the app, that we do have severe storms entering the western part of the state now, and we do anticipate this to be a couple of busy hours for us as the storms move from west to east. Sean has been positioning a couple of cameras, our INDOT cameras, in and around the Benton County area. You said that one was pointed east, so might not be much of a help.
Well, it will be eventually.
Okay.
So NDOT 1 is in Fowler, and the leading edge of the storm line is probably definitely no more than 10 minutes away, probably within 5. Now, NDOT 2 is positioned much farther. I mean, it's far northwest Indiana there, along I-65. So, but this would be my recommendation is just based on the radar and the atmospheric setup. If you're in Lafayette, if you're in Attica, I know you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. I would treat it like a tornado warning and take your typical tornado precautions. It doesn't matter what's doing the damage. I know Fowler, you're technically under a tornado warning, and we're trying to find these little pockets of rotation. Just treat this whole line. Let me clear that off there. Treat this whole line like a tornado warning. In fact, we got a new tornado warning, Angela, it looks like. So here's what's going to happen with this line as it moves in. broad area of 65 plus mile per hour wind. Some pockets of possibly 70 to 80 mile per hour wind. And then we are going to have areas of rotation that will enhance the wind potential with this, okay? So let me show you what this is, what this looks like here as we look at radar. So we just got a new tornado warning. It includes Covington. Looks like it's just north of Petersburg. Let me give you the time on that. This is going to be for parts of Fountain, Vermilion, and Warren counties. That's going to go until 9:15. This is a radar indicated tornado. Okay, radar indicated rotation, if you will. Let me circle the area that would be of concern here. And again, as I mentioned, this whole thing is going to produce severe gusts. Very likely along this line that we're going to have severe wind damage. So, but the spin is right there. So just west of Covington. We'll see how well that holds together. But the bottom line, this whole line should be treated like a tornado warning because, you know, we could get a quick spin, but we're not going to lose the wind field with this. That looks pretty obvious. And you can see they've expanded. There's the severe thunderstorm warnings that continue as well. So this is what it's going to be like until it weakens. And it will weaken. Right now, we just can't tell you where that's going to be. It's going to be west of US 30. Is it going to be on approach to US 31, or is it going to be east of US 31? That we don't know right now. So that's why that tornado watch has been expanded here. In fact, yeah, we're still looking at that camera in Fowler. We'll keep an eye on that. So yeah, multiple tornado warnings, widespread. I hope that makes sense. Widespread severe wind and likely widespread damage, Angela, with this until, again, it becomes what we call outflow dominant. Once it starts to cut off the inflow into it, then that will begin the weakening process. We don't see that right now. It's going to happen eventually, just not seeing it right now. So
Yeah.
Bottom line, if you're in any of these polygons, and that would be Fowler, so Fowler's under the tornado warning, Attica, Lafayette, Coal Creek, Mill Creek, Covington, down to Highland. If you see your city on this, you should be treating this like a tornado warning until it passes by. And it will pass by rather quickly, as we mentioned. And that's what I was actually doing before we got the new stuff. But it's moving east at 55 miles per hour.
Okay.
So I'm going to do another real quick track on here while we have it. Okay. And there's this will take it out for the next hour. So in Lafayette, probably before 9:30, the way this thing is moving very quickly. Monticello by 9:40, Frankfurt before 10 o'clock. Very quick moving eastward right now at 55.
And I'm glad you pointed out as well that we have the tornado watch, but even if they are severe thunderstorm warnings, we need you to treat them as tornado warnings. Up and down this line, it would be a few seconds that we go from a damaging wind gust to perhaps a quick
And
spin up.
That NDOT camera in Fowler is now in the storm. So.
All right, why don't we take that full real quick? And actually, while we take that full, Sean, could you do me a favor and adjust my tracking? If you can figure that part out on one.
Got it.
I don't think the timing is right on that. So what we're showing you now is an NDOT camera in Fowler. So this is Benton County. We've got the leading edge of a severe line of thunderstorms moving now into the western and northwestern parts of Indiana, prompting tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. You've got live continuing coverage here on the WTHR streaming app, and you can see from our camera here just how quickly the visibility has reduced because of the heavy rain, and what we're going to be watching here for any signs of rotation. Now, it becomes very difficult to spot when we get things like this. This is the latest track on one of the tracks on that, but it gets very difficult when we get this much rain for us to be able to see. But we're going to do our best. We still have plenty of daylight. Were you able to? Did my question make sense?
I think if you use this one here, this squall line down here,
Perfect.
If you click on that and do your
And that should be
drawing.
good to go.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much.
You got it.
Okay, so let's, we'll start over and give you the summary. A good part of central Indiana is still clear. It's still the northwestern part of the state that is going to be impacted now and for the next hour or so with severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. So let's dive in and give you a couple closer views of these storms. The line, we do have a couple of cells near Lafayette, near Monticello. Those are just below severe limits. Your warnings are because of what you see on radar now into Fowler, approaching Rensselaer, and then south to Pine Village and near Attica. The tornado warning for all of Benton County, in fact, goes until 9:45. While we're here, let's check those velocities. And what we're going to look for are little areas of red and green close together. And there are a couple of areas of rotation, one near Fowler and one in the southern sections of Benton County. That's going to be near the Pine Village area. These are going to be very difficult to see on radar. They're going to be very difficult for spotters out in the field to spot because of the heavy rain, unless they're in advance of this line of storms. But we'll be keeping tabs with the National Weather Service and what they are seeing as well. Let's slide south along this line. And again, we've got some areas of rotation. Sean was pointing out the one that prompted the new tornado warning. And this tornado warning, for those of you in parts of Fountain and Vermilion and Warren counties, will go until 9:15 because of the rotating thunderstorm that's approaching the Covington area right now. So we encourage you to take shelter, be in the safest part of your home, and that's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors, as we have significant storms now moving into parts of central Indiana. The severe thunderstorm warning, boy, that covers a lot of ground here, from Rockville through Vermilion County up into Fountain County. Crawfordsville, you're just on the edge, but be aware that line of storms isn't too far away. Lafayette under the severe thunderstorm warning, and it's a severe thunderstorm warning with what the National Weather Service calls a considerable threat. Considerable threat means a tornado possible, and those winds, instead of being at severe limits, which 58 miles per hour or higher, we see winds that may be at 70 or higher. So considerable threat with this severe thunderstorm warning. And because of the tornado watch that's in effect, sirens may be sounding in some locations. Again, all of that is dependent on the community that you live in. But we're here to let you know that if you are in the path of this line of storms, this is what we want to make sure that you treat all of these storms as if they could quickly produce a tornado. And it looks like from storm reports, there are reports of either funnel clouds or tornadoes. Well, we're here. We'll just check those real quick, and then we'll do a couple of tracks on these. Let's see. So that's going to be near Danville, Illinois. So, okay, that was a funnel cloud. So, again, because of that, not surprising that the National Weather Service went tornado warnings on these. Funnel cloud near Rossville, so that's just across the state line in Illinois as well. And that one near Hoopeston. I'm not sure, I'm not from there, so I'm not sure if that's how you say it. But again, just across the state line, funnel clouds reported. At this point, no reports, at least we're not getting any reports of significant damage, but that's something that we'll monitor. So we're going to monitor the National Weather Service locally, the northern part of the state as well, and then any reports that might be coming out of Illinois that will help us tell you what to expect when these storms move in. So I'm going to remove the storm reports real quick, and then we'll just kind of come out, just give you a big view of the storms. Okay, so here's Lafayette. Here's the line of storms that we're tracking. All of the boxes in red are those tornado warnings. There's a confirmed tornado warning a little farther north, that is north of Rensselaer. And then that changes things, because at that point, the National Weather Service knows from a spotter, emergency manager, somebody that knows, okay, we see the tornado. That's oftentimes when it becomes confirmed, or if the National Weather Service actually is able to see debris with using the radar. Sometimes we'll get a confirmed tornado warning if that's the case. But for us locally, it is a large area of severe thunderstorm warnings, and embedded in this several tornado warnings, including those of you in Benton County, and then portions of Fountain, Vermilion, and Southern Warren. So we just encourage you to be in the safest part of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. In addition to showing you the velocities, the red and green close together, we have this rotation detector that basically you just want to look for these little dots of yellow, and really the entire line is showing that possibility. Possibility of rotation, possibility of damaging winds here. So anywhere, if you're anywhere from Crawfordsville to Lafayette, north and west, we need you to be taking these storms seriously in the safest part of your home, and that's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. Before we do a track, I'm going to give you several closer views. So we're going to start north. That confirmed tornado warning I mentioned is north of Rensselaer. Rensselaer, we've got storms just west of Interstate 65. And then we'll go south. If you are in Monon, Monticello, Brookston, Round Grove, here's Interstate 65. The storms are just west now of 65, but not by much. And again, we'll do a couple of tracks on this, but let's go south. Fowler, really dealing with some of the worst of it right now. How does that camera, we still have NDOT1 on that?
No.
As you switch
Yeah,
it.
stand by,
Okay.
stand by.
Can,
We'll do it right now.
Okay. So we'll check that camera and then south. So there's Attica. Winds picking up for sure, if not really getting into the heart of this severe storm. Lafayette, you're in the path of these storms, but as I mentioned, these storms are still just west of Interstate 65. Delphi, you will be in the path. South to Coal Creek. We'll continue south. Covington, really getting some of the worst of this storm right now. And if this one is rotating, it's going to be in this little notch right here that is just east of Covington, and that is moving east at 55, headed quickly toward 41. So again, if this one is rotating, it's going to be in that little notch right there near 74 and headed to Stone Bluff, Veedersburg, Shawnee, Hillsborough. So these are just a couple of the small areas, small towns that will be in this, in the path of this area of rotation. And again, if it's rotating, that is now east of Covington, along and north of I-74. Just take precautions. Safest part of your home is the lowest level away from windows and doors. And we'll come out just a bit and show you that on that path. So if this holds together and it is rotating, if it is rotating, that's going to make its way toward that Tippecanoe, Montgomery County line, along and just north of 74. Let's do a track on this part of the line here. And we'll go from Attica to south of that little area of rotation, moving east at 55. So I'm going to take it out. So Veedersburg, you're basically dealing with it now. Coal Creek, we mentioned you've got about 10 minutes or so. Linden, Crawfordsville, Darlington by 9:45. So that would take it into Montgomery County. And then if it would hold together just before 10, Clinton County, we're going to give you a little heads up. Frankfort, if it would hold together, 10 o'clock for you, just before 10 and just after 10 into Boone County. So that's just an early heads up on a storm that does appear to be rotating a little bit east of Covington, and that is along Interstate 74. Let's do the northern part of this line. And we'll do another track on this. So we'll just cover our area. So Benton County south through Warren. This will take it east at 55 miles per hour. So these are moving quickly off to the east. And these are going to be some times of arrival into Lafayette at 9:30. So you have 15 minutes or so, Lafayette, to go ahead and get inside, be in the safest part of your home, into Delphi at 9:40, 9:42, Flora just before 10, and then Rushville will give you an early heads up. If it would hold together, it's going to be, it's about an hour away. So those are a few times of arrival for you on some of the storms that we're watching. And this is how radar looks. There are numerous storm reports out across Illinois because of these storms. Tornado reports, funnel cloud reports, wind damage reports, and now that line of storms is having a local impact, as you can clearly see. And it looks like we're going to get a new tornado warning for that little area near Covington that we were just talking about. So let's dive in there real quick. So that was the most prominent area, at least to me, as far as just looking at the radar itself. This little notch here near and north of I-74. We just showed you this east of Covington, and now the National Weather Service has gone tornado warning on this, and that's going to include southern Tippecanoe and the northwestern sections of Montgomery County. So from Waynetown to Coal Creek, and then southwest of Lafayette in the southwestern corner of Tippecanoe County. That tornado warning is going to go until 9:30 for Fountain, Montgomery, and Tippecanoe counties. Still radar indicated, but again, we were just showing you that little notch in the radar that if this one is rotating or has rotation with it, and or the possibility of producing a tornado, that kind of stood out.
East at 65.
East at 65, wow. Okay, so let's come out a bit. So when they're moving this fast, you don't have a lot of time to get into the safest part of your home. So hopefully you're watching and you're going to take shelter. I am going to.
Now, what's interesting?
Yeah.
So I've been looking at the radar, and the beam height in western Indiana in relation to where the radar is, about 7,000 feet.
Okay.
At 7,000 feet, the radar is sampling 85 to 90 mile per hour wind. Broad area.
Wow.
Spotter report from Attica at least a few minutes ago. This was at 9:07, 40 mile per hour wind.
Okay.
Now that was at that particular location, so just kind of an interesting little situation there. But that little curvature that you're seeing is where we can get these. You know, we always talk about, we've got a line of storms that may have embedded rotation. This is a prime example of that we're seeing there. We mentioned the quick movement. So again, if you're just catching us here on our WTHR streaming channel, so we've got a broad bowing. Whenever it bows out, that ups the odds of getting some wind damage out of this. But within it, we're seeing some of these little pockets of rotation. And sometimes, I'll tell you, they happen quick, and sometimes they can leave quick too. With this particular one, it's near Vetersburg along 74. So as we dive in now, this is what we're expecting. Let me show you the velocity signature on this, and there you go. That's what the Weather Service is looking at. It's right there, okay? So that's going to cross 341. Looks like it's going to stay north of Waynetown, stays north of Hillsborough. The rotation, not the broad wind field. Remember, there's a distinction there. But that's the little hook, Angela, that prompted the latest tornado warning. Radar indicated, by the way.
Okay. I've got a couple of cameras too, so we will, and these are kind of in our western viewing area. So this is Bainbridge, storm clouds building. This is one camera that we will keep an eye on this evening, in addition to the NDOT cameras that we're able to move. There are lots of them, and we're able to move them and show you different vantage points. This is in Bunker Hill. You're still a ways away from the severe weather, but we'll watch this camera as well. So this is Crawfordsville in Montgomery County. Again, we'll be keeping you updated on the camera views and the severe weather as it moves across central Indiana. About an hour ago or so, Storm Prediction Center extended the tornado watch. If you were with us earlier this evening, we had a few counties included in the watch. That was expanded east to include a good part of our northern viewing area until 2 a.m. It's not going to be until 2 a.m., but because these storms are moving so fast. But do know that a good part of our area is under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Where the severe threat is over in the western part of Illinois, those counties have been dropped, and we will eventually see that from west to east. This is the line of storms that we're tracking. Up and down this line, there are confirmed tornado warnings, there are tornado warnings, there are severe thunderstorm warnings, there are flash flood warnings, and all of this is coming our way. It is going to be a fairly stormy couple of hours for those of us in central Indiana, and our immediate concern centers around the line of storms that is now has made its way into the western part of the state, prompting all of these severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. I do want to give you some closer views of these storms. I'm going to remove the lightning. And remember, we've been talking about this as well. Lots of storm reports with this line. We'll wait and see what we get out of this line as it moves through our area. But I'm going to remove the storm reports and give you some closer views. We'll start south this time, and that tornado warned storm, if it still is producing rotation, that's going to be just in between Covington and Coal Creek. Because of the fast movement, Coal Creek, you don't have much time to be into the safest part of your home. So we'll dive in really close. So this is, I'm going to say Malat, don't know, but if it's a township or if it's a city, but that's one of the smaller areas that come into play when we kind of give you this closer view. So that is northeast of Petersburg, and the rotation is basically right overhead, and this is along and north of I-70, and then tracking off to the east very quickly. Sean said east at 65 miles per hour. So go in even closer, because that's going to be near. So if you're a little more familiar with, say, Wingate or Newtown, this is State Road 25. Basically, that rotation is approaching State Road 25 near Wingate right now. As it moves off to the east, Coal Creek, Linden, you're going to be in the path. And Linden is along 231. 231 is kind of that major thoroughfare that goes from Lafayette to Crawfordsville, south to Greencastle. So I'm going to come out just a little bit so you can see where the rotation is in relation to 231. So if this one's still rotating, that is just north of 74 and approaching 25 at this point, and then headed toward Coal Creek, eventually Linden along 231. So this is going to impact the northwestern corner of Montgomery County and the southwestern corner of portions of Tippecanoe County. So this is come out a little bit. So there's the tornado warning, and again, it's kind of a small tornado warning and basically just issued for that little hook along this line of potentially 70+ mile per hour winds. So even if you don't get a tornado, and we hope no one does at this point, I don't think we escape the damaging wind potential with this. We have just too much energy in the atmosphere and too much significance within this line of storms as it continues to move off to the east. Southwestern Tippecanoe, you're under a tornado warning, but I'm going to give you a little close-up view. We've got another one of those little notches, and Sean was talking about this. It's going to be very difficult to pick up the little areas of rotation along this line. We just need to be prepared for damaging winds at 70 and maybe a couple of spin-ups. But there is another one that is near just east of Black Rock, and that is just west of 231 and not too far from Lafayette. Again, there's been a Purdue meteorologist that's been on the storm, so it'll be interesting to see if she is still on the storms and spotting this evening, or doing any tracking if we get any additional information, because she is typically in and around the Tippecanoe County area. But that would be another little area of rotation to watch for those of you in Lafayette. Lafayette, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with that considerable threat, meaning that we may end up with winds at 70 miles per hour. We're going to slide just south of Rensselaer and do another track on this, because it always helps, I think, to give folks a little more heads up, even if you aren't under the warnings yet. So let's do a couple of tracks. We'll do one to the north. So we'll start west of Monon, and we'll do the one to about Lafayette. And these are going east between 50 and 60 miles per hour. So Lafayette, 930. Again, we just showed you there was another little kind of notch in the radar, so maybe some rotation with that. Safest part of your home is going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. You've got just a couple of minutes, Lafayette. Monticello, about 10 minutes away at 9:36. It'll be into Flora at 9:45. Logansport around 10 o'clock, if not before. And then it's going to, again, we're out of the warning area, but giving you an early heads up that these storms are coming in. Logansport around 10, Galveston around 10, Kokomo about 10 after, Peru about 10:15, Greentown at 10:18. So that would take it into and through parts of Clinton County, into portions of Howard County, and then into portion of Miami County. So just be aware, the northern part of this line, these are some times of arrival. We anticipate additional warnings will come with this as this line of storms moves off to the east. But those are some times of arrival with the northern part. Let's pick up the southern part. So we'll start just south of Lafayette and take you out. Again, moving 50 to 60 miles per hour off to the east. Linden, we mentioned you. You have a cell that has the potential of producing a tornado. Safest part of your home, away from windows and doors. It's just a couple of minutes away. Into Dayton at 9:34, Crawfordsville at 9:37. So that's about 10, 13 minutes, 10 minutes or so. So you don't have a lot of time, Crawfordsville either. Thorntown, Frankfort, and again, we're taking you out of the warning area and giving you the early heads up. Frankfort 9:49, Lebanon about 10 o'clock, Kempton just after 10, and then here we go into Hamilton County just after 10. So if you're watching, maybe watching your favorite show on TV, you've got us on a tablet or a laptop or your phone, and curious about the storms, we've got live continuing coverage here on the WTHR streaming app. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman along with meteorologist Sean Ash, and giving you, again, heads up that it's 9:25 and about a half hour away, because these are moving so quickly. These storms are going to impact parts of Clinton, Boone, into Hamilton and Tipton counties. This line is eventually going to move that quick off to the east. So we want to make sure you have the early heads up and that you are prepared for some of the storms moving in. While Sean is doing a little more analysis, we'll check a couple of the cameras. He's been working on some of the NDOT cameras. So this is 65 and US 24.
That's near Remington.
Okay, so that's up a little farther north.
5 minutes ago, that thing was sheets of rain.
Okay.
Now the other NDOT camera is a little farther southwest. That one's just south of Bloomington. That's near Dayton, and I have it looking southwest.
Okay.
In fact, what I'll do, I'll reposition that since it's about to swallow up Lafayette here very shortly.
Yeah, Lafayette, I think the time of arrival was between 9:30 and 9:45, so not a lot of time for those of you.
Yeah, it's on the western side of Lafayette now, so I mean, it's going to be there.
Couple minutes.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, we'll check back on this one. This is Bainbridge, again, in the western part of our area, and Crawfordsville camera is another one that we're going to keep an eye on. This one has gotten a little darker as those storm clouds approach Montgomery County. Again, we've got these storms on radar and an intense line of thunderstorms. Lots of lightning.
Oh, there's your Lafayette camera.
Okay, so that was
Sagamore and Cumberland right there. It's in there.
Was that NDOT 2?
That's
yes.
Yeah.
So basically, we've gone from still a little bit of daylight where we could see some of the clouds to basically nothing. So Sean said it, Sagamore Parkway and Cumberland, visibility completely reduced at this point because of the heavy rain and the wind. We anticipate some shaking, obviously, of this camera as the severe storm moves across Tippecanoe County, and it is continuing to do that. Let's get to radar, and this is the big view. So this is over the last several hours. During our early evening, late afternoon newscasts, we were talking about this line of storms coming our way timeline, to be honest, it sped up a little bit. We were thinking more 10 to 4, and now it looks like it's going to be, obviously, well, it's here, and closer to perhaps ending shortly after midnight. So a little bit of good news. This line of storms is going to bring us some relief. Unfortunately, we have a couple of stormy hours to get through with the potential, a significant potential of damaging wind gusts, and still that potential of tornadoes. Actually, let's go back to that, because I just noticed it did issue new severe thunderstorm warnings. So we talked about this, kind of giving you the early heads up as we were outside of the warning area. National Weather Service has gone severe thunderstorm warnings on these. Let's check the, give you all the communities. So they went severe thunderstorm warning, winds at 60. So not overly surprising. We did have one report come in from Attica of a 40-mile-per-hour gust. So the National Weather Service will be taking in all of those reports, and that helps them then issue the type of warning. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. We know that this could rotate with little to no notice. Boone, Carroll, Clinton, Montgomery, Park, Putnam, Tippecanoe, and Vermilion counties until 10 p.m. And the speed on this one, again, they've been moving so fast. Oh my gosh, they're now saying east at 70.
Yeah, that makes sense.
East
it's
at 70.
Real quick.
So I think the best thing
And I think what's going on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is, I mentioned it's bowing out. So this has what we call a rear inflow jet stream. Why is that important? That's why it's going so doggone quick right now. And looks like we got a new tornado warning as well there, Angela. So, but this thing's bowing out. As we mentioned, nothing's changed in the thinking. Broad, strong wind and embedded rotation within it. Enough so, and then we'll get these little twists. We'll get these little twists that are going to prompt some tornado warnings. There it is. It includes Linden, Mulberry, Thorntown. And let me give you the details on this. Right now does not include Frankfort. This is radar, again, radar indicated rotation with this, and that warning, that tornado warning is going to go until 10 o'clock. And it's for this area right there near Coal Creek, right there. That'll cross over 231. Let's show you what it looks like on the velocities, and right there. So now in this type of situation, these usually aren't on the ground very long. Doesn't matter, however. So once they start to see that develop, they're going to issue these tornado warnings here. And one other thing, I'll get it back to you here. They're going to eventually expand the watch farther south.
And are they going to go tornado, you think?
That I don't know.
Okay.
But that is going to, so eventually the metro area and all of our area is going to be under some sort of watch here very shortly. Where the tornado watch is now goes technically till 2 o'clock.
While you have the velocities up, will you slide north and check that area that was kind of approaching Lafayette? Again, just west of 231, but it looked like there was another little kind of notch in the radar.
Yeah, and so.
A little difficult to see there.
Let me, and yeah, so this is not showing much like spin or kinks that we're looking for here. There's a couple up north. There's near Chalmers. Then as we look at the radar itself, again, we look for these little hooks, almost like a fish hook. We do see one right here. But if you've been watching us, what we've been saying is, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, just treat the thing like a tornado warning until this can get by you. Now, I will tell you, thus far, and we'll see if this changes, I haven't seen any storm reports just yet. I will be 100% okay with that trend, and I hope that continues. There's that latest tornado warning. And then you can see the arcing of the storm line that goes back into south central Illinois. So what will eventually happen here, there's the tornado watch in pink. Whether it's going to be a severe thunderstorm watch or tornado watch, I suspect maybe it'll be a tornado watch. Either way, they're going to expand that farther to the south and east here. So we got a little ways to go. This will weaken, but it may not weaken until it gets well east of US 31 at this point.
Well, yes, and you mentioned that kind of early in our coverage, as soon as it becomes outflow dominant, and sometimes we can see the outflow boundary via satellite and or on radar, and not really seeing that set up yet. But as soon as that happens, eventually we will see this line of storms weaken. But boy, up and down this line, we have warnings, confirmed tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, and we want to make sure that you're aware of the severe weather that may be impacting your community, and also to give you the early heads up of thunderstorms that are kind of coming in. So you can see where we are in relation to the city of Indianapolis. Severe thunderstorm warnings come into parts of Boone and northwestern Hendricks. So this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. I guess we did talk about that. New severe, they're going to be warnings along this line.
Yeah, until further notice. Yeah.
Until, yes.
And and one thing I might point out too, the setup that we have here is a lot different than what the setup was over in Illinois.
Thank goodness.
Please know that. Unfortunately, there were some very significant tornadoes there. I'm not saying that we may not have a tornado or wind damage. It's just a different setup. We're still going to treat this with respect, but this is a lot different than what was happening to our west. Just want to throw that out there.
Okay, and thank goodness. I mean,
100, yes.
I've been doing this a long time, and during I think it was the 6 o'clock, there was a black box that showed up in central Illinois, and it was a tornado warning emergency. With the tag, and we've been talking about those threat levels that the National Weather Service are issuing, and the threat level was catastrophic, and that doesn't happen very often. So we're thankful that the setup isn't the same, and hoping that the tornadoes that did cause all of the damage across parts of Illinois were hopefully in open areas, and we don't end up with significant damage and or any injuries. Let's show you again. We kind of shows you where we are in relation to the city of Indianapolis. So if you are east, you're still in the clear, but not by much. Line of thunderstorms in Lafayette, near Crawfordsville. It's made its way into the heart of Vermilion County as well. Now east, where do these storms go next? And this is a new tornado warning, and that is going to be for that little kind of hook in the radar that we've been kind of keeping you updated on. And the tornado warning is going to be for parts of Montgomery, Tippecanoe, so northern Montgomery, southern Tippecanoe, southwestern corner of Clinton, and northwestern corner of Boone counties until 10 p.m. Not a clear sign of rotation, but just know that these storms, potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, may also quickly produce a tornado. So where does this go? I'm going to come out just a little bit because they are tracking these. They're moving these now east at about almost 70 miles per hour. So let's do a track on this, and we'll go from just east of Lafayette to approaching Crawfordsville, and at east at about 70. So that puts it, well, it's in Crawfordsville now. Frankfort at 9:50, so you have less than 15 minutes, Frankfort, to get into the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Same for you, Lebanon. It'll happen before 10 o'clock, so think 9:45 to 10 p.m. Can go ahead and get in the safest part of your home. Kokomo at 10 o'clock. Carmel, Fishers shortly after 10, and this is a really early heads up. Anderson, if it would hold together, and we think in some capacity it will, it's going to be into Madison County in an hour. In an hour, it's going to cross 4 counties, showing you just how quickly these storms are moving off to the east. So that's an early look at some times of arrival of this line of severe storms that has the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tornadoes. To the north we go, and I'm going to do. Okay, perfect. Are we going to double box? Why don't you just let me know? You let me know. Okay, so we are, because now we have a couple of mornings technically in our viewing area, we are going to hop on channel 13 as well. So I don't know, I might need to stop down for just a second, but don't go anywhere here on the stream. We're going to take like a 10-second break to get the folks on channel 13 updated as well. you can continue to see the radar stream even if we dip down for a bit, our live coverage, because the radar stream is going to continue to go here on our WTHR streaming app. We just want to make sure we get the folks on 13 caught up as well. And good evening. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We realize the fever are in overtime, but now we have storms that are entering our viewing area and they are prompting tornado warnings. So we want to make sure you are aware of these storms as you watch the fever wrap up this game, that these intense storms have the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tornadoes. The latest tornado warning does include those of you in southwestern Clinton County into portions of Boone, northwestern Boone. That's going to be southern Tippecanoe and the northern sections of Montgomery County. That's the latest on the one tornado warning. We also have several warnings in terms of severe thunderstorms, and we've been talking about this on the WTHR streaming app, that really anywhere within this line, we want you to treat these storms as if they could produce tornadoes. In advance, these storms are already in and through places like Lafayette, Monticello, Delphi. It's overhead now. Logansport, you've got about 10 minutes. Rossville, you've got about 5. Frankfort, you've got about 10 to 15 minutes, and you are on the edge of the tornado warning and under a severe thunderstorm warning. Also, the storms have made their way into Crawfordsville and Linden. These continue to move east very quickly, between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Crawfordsville, the storms are overhead. Lebanon, you've got a few minutes along with Frankfort. I say a few minutes, again, because these storms are moving so quickly off to the east. I am going to do several tracks to give you some times of arrival and a bigger view of the radar. Again, I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman along with meteorologist Sean Ash. We've been tracking these severe thunderstorms all afternoon across parts of Illinois, and now they are impacting central Indiana. What's most important probably for you sitting at home is knowing that these storms, as they move east near 70 miles per hour, will contain damaging wind at a minimum and may contain some rotation with storms producing tornadoes. Rossville, I mentioned you had a couple of minutes, maybe 5. 9:46 is the time of arrival. Frankfort, 9:50. So I mentioned you as well. You've got 5-10 minutes. Don't take that long to get into the safest part of your home. Lebanon, just before 10 o'clock. So you've got 15 minutes at the most before these storms are coming. And oftentimes, with a line of storms like this, the winds will race out in advance of the line of storms. So you will feel and see the wind before the raindrops start to fall. That's why we want to make sure you're aware and you have these times of arrival so that you can be in your home in the safest place, lowest level away from windows and doors. Taylor at 10:10, Westfield. So this will move into Hamilton County eventually, technically not under a warning, but Westfield, Carmel at about 10:15. Fishers at about 10:20, 10:25. Anderson within an hour. That shows you just how fast these storms are moving. They're going to cross 4 counties in an hour and impact most of central Indiana with that threat of damaging wind gusts. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. The severe thunderstorm warning, the large warning that includes places like Kokomo, Frankfort, Lebanon, Boone, Carroll, Clinton, Montgomery, Park, Putnam, Tippecanoe, Vermilion counties until 10 p.m. National Weather Service has this as a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds with a tornado possible. We have been monitoring the radar and these little notches in the radar, and it's really not surprising to us that the tornado warned storm right here that's approaching Colfax right now, and Interstate 65 and Highway 52, the little notch that we're looking at, I'm going to circle it or kind of highlight it here. It is just approaching Colfax near Highway 52 and Interstate 65. As it moves east, Frankfort, You will be in the path along with Colfax. Thorntown, you're technically in the tornado warning as well. So please take shelter, as these storms do have a history, especially across parts of Illinois, of producing tornadoes and wind damage. And we've been looking at the velocities, and what we look for here, a little red and green close together. So as I change the radar to the velocities, I think it might be easier for you to see what we're highlighting. The area that may be producing a tornado, Clarks Hill to Colfax. If this line is producing, it's going to be in that area, and we need you to be in the safest part of your home as this storm heads toward Colfax. It will cross 52 and eventually Interstate 65, and that is going to be near the interchange of 65 and 28. So Interstate 65 and 28 as these storms continue to move off to the east. Frankfort will eventually be in the path. You're technically just outside of that tornado warning. That's the main area of rotation that we see, and that really kind of pinpoints to where the National Weather Service sees that as well, as far as having a tornado warned storm instead of just the severe thunderstorm warning. But we've been talking about this all evening on our stream, the WTHR streaming app, that we need you to treat these as if these storms, all of them, could produce a tornado, just sheer strength of this line of thunderstorms. Let's go north, and then we'll just kind of work our way south along this line to give you an idea of where the storms are. They're in Monticello and Delphi now. Logansport, you have just a few minutes. Deer Creek, a few minutes for you. The storm has made its way to Rossville. If we have a rotating storm, that's going to be north of Thorntown, approaching Interstate 65, and that is going to be basically the Boone, Clinton, Tippecanoe, Montgomery County line, all those lines right there. And then this storm will move east and cover the southern half of Clinton County. So Frankfort, we need you to be in the safest part of your home. Thorntown as well, as the tornado warning continues. As we go south, the storms are in Crawfordsville. The severe thunderstorm warning includes Lebanon, and it looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include parts of Vigo and Clay counties as well. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, winds perhaps near 60 for Clay, Park, Putnam, Vermilion, and Vigo counties until 10:30. So that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And I anticipate from the National Weather Service that as this line continues really to race east at 60 to 70 miles per hour, there will be additional warnings for you, Howard, Tipton, Hamilton, maybe even eventually, I do believe Hendricks and Marion counties will eventually come under warnings as well, as it doesn't look like we're going to be able to escape this line of storms. That is NDOT 1. I think that they're trying to kind of get an eye on the storm.
Yep.
And that's that little notch in the radar that we were talking about that was approaching Colfax, or yes, approaching Colfax.
Yeah, I've got that. So that camera is at 65 and 28. And if you guys want to punch that up, go ahead, because that's going to give us a really good view of this. That is looking toward the southwest. So that is the tornado warned portion of the storm approaching I-65 right there. You can see that dark wall of very heavy rain. Now this is a completely different setup than what happened earlier out in north central Illinois. These are going to be kind of embedded within some very heavy rain, very difficult to say. I can tell you that earlier this evening, as the line moved across I-65 in Tippecanoe County, there was reports of some semis blown over in Battleground. And so regardless of tornado warning or not, this line has the potential to do wind damage. Now where it is right now, and we'll keep an eye on that NDOT camera, so again, we continue to have tornado warnings. We're getting some new reports coming in now of damage around Lafayette, of some trees that have been down. We'll probably start to get in some more delayed reports. And yeah, this thing is still approaching I-65 as we speak. I suspect, Angela, they're going to have to extend the tornado warning farther east into central and eastern portions of Clinton and possibly into Tipton counties. If you live in Frankfort, you should definitely be prepared for this. If you're in Colfax, we try to give you as much heads up as possible as this moves over 52 and 65 and heading toward Frankfort the way it looks. Eventually we'll cross over 39. So again, that NDOT camera is what you're looking at. That's the storm, the tornado warned storm portion of the storm. Keep in mind, it's a broad line from north to south. Everybody's going to get storms this evening. Some, like we're seeing, will get these areas of rotation. I tell you, I'll let you take it back with the radar there, Angela. We'll continue to monitor these NDOT cameras as well.
You got it. Let me know if you see anything that warrants an interruption here. Otherwise, we are back to radar and showing you the rotation detector. And this takes us back in time. And the storm that we're now monitoring for the tornado warning, because of that little notch in the radar, has a history of rotation. Does that necessarily mean it produced a tornado? No, but most likely it produced some wind damage. And you can see all of these rotation tracks as well. And it looks like I've got another sliver here of a tornado warning. So let's get to that so that you know.
And I think that's out. It's actually moving out of that polygon. So
already, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think they're going to have to either cancel it or extend it farther east.
And it looks like radar just updated, so
okay.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so let's go south. Obviously, this shows the rotation. The tornado warning continues. While we're kind of absent of the radar, this kind of gives you a view, too, of all of the communities that are under severe thunderstorm warnings right now because of this line of storms, and we anticipate this to continue to move east over the next couple of hours. Let's put the radar back on, and we'll do some more in-depth analysis and show you where the storms are, where we expect them to go. And you might correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like, Sean, and we've been waiting for this, the southern part of this line might be starting to go outflow dominant, which as soon as we start to see this little thin line, it's an indication to us that the line of storms eventually will weaken, outflow dominant. So that's good news for that part of the line anyway.
They've expanded the watch, severe thunderstorm watch now includes Indianapolis and Muncie, Bloomington. But of concern right now is the leading edge and the tornado warning. We're going to get an update quickly to see are we going to get an extension. Either way, as we've been saying this evening, treat the severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning until it can get to your east. We know there's going to be a big, broad wind field of at minimum, 50 mile per hour. We're going to have some areas that may be higher than that. But within it, we will occasionally get these, what we call spin-ups, and they can be quick sometimes. This one's actually lasting a little bit longer. And so we'll show you, let me go in on radar here and show you the velocities, all right? So now it's east of Colfax. I'm looking at our camera there. This camera's moving around a little bit. So it's moving over 65 and heading into Clinton. At least the spin, the enhanced spin potential is moving along 65 and crossing 65. It's southern Clinton County, the way it looks. So going to be a close call there for the folks in Frankfort. Let me show you and there's the tornado warning as we talked about. Again, right now, these are all radar indicated. Boy, I tell you, let me see if I can switch over very quickly. Hang tight here. Yeah, let me show, I've got a good camera.
They did just issue.
New tornado warning?
It looks, yes.
So this particular camera is, this is south of the spin, looking to the north. We can see that cloud base there. I'll get it over to you, and you can give us an update on the new tornado warning. You can see that rain core. That is what's moving over 65. We are looking to the north, and that's what's crossing the interstate right now.
Okay, keep an eye on that
Yeah.
camera. And yes, new tornado warning. Sean was just talking about this. Has been extended east because of that rotation that he was showing you for parts of Boone, Clinton, Hamilton, and Tipton counties until 10:30. Not a surprise here. Based on what we've been seeing with radar, we want to make sure now that you are in the safest part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. And I will give you a close-up view of this storm. Sean said it, basically over Interstate 65 and just east of 65 now. If this one is producing a tornado or rotating at all, it is just south of Frankfort, right now just east of Interstate 65 and headed off to the east. Kempton, Sheridan, you are in the path. Now is the time to move to the lowest level of your home, away from windows and doors. It's also going to be in Arcadia, into Elwood, if it would hold together. So these are the areas now under a new tornado warning until 10:30. Northern Hamilton, a good part of Tipton, southern sections of Clinton, and the far northern part of Boone County. New tornado warning for us until 10:30 because of a clear radar signature,
Yeah.
not only looking at the radar, but when we check the velocities as well. So what we're looking at here is this little green and red close together. If this line is producing a tornado, that's where it would be.
It's east of 55.
Okay, east at 55.
Yeah, east of 55. I have a track on mine if you guys want to put that behind her. Or there you go. Some of the towns, Frankfort, on Frankfort as we speak, Sheridan. How about Tipton 1024, Arcadia 1025 here. What are we looking at? So we're looking at this notch that you see on the radar here. Now, we've got a broad severe thunderstorm warning, but we're looking at the notch. Let me get you in. So now east of 65, Kirkland, there's the new scan. Frankfort, you're going to get hit, but let's see where the spin is. And this thing's really continued for quite a while. There it is. And it should point out too that this, regardless if it's a tornado or not, it's likely going to produce because what we're looking at right there, that bright green that you're seeing, that's 60-mile-per-hour wind coming toward the radar. So, and that's let me see, our beam height probably is, let's see where we got, probably about, yeah, that's probably roughly about 5,000 feet. So some of that's going to get transferred to the ground. And that's why we've got the tornado warning that continues with a long area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning. We're starting to get some more and more damage reports in here. So that's why we're going to be doing this continuous coverage, providing we still have tornado warnings. And we do. This is a long one. So the interesting thing about this is that they're stretching that through northern Hamilton into Tipton County, as right now this particular area of rotation that is latched onto this line has not shown a sign of weakening. Sometimes we'll see these and we'll have a warning, and halfway through the warning it may be expired. That isn't the case right now. Now, are we talking about a massive EF5 tornado, the real strong ones we saw over in Illinois today? That isn't the case right now. Doesn't matter. We still could get damage out of this, and we want you to be in your safe spots until we can give you the all clear. And speaking of that, in terms of the enhanced wind, the farther west you go behind this line, the lower threat you're going to have of wind. But that is what's going to get our attention right there. Looks like the rotation to me, Angela, stays south of Frankfort.
Okay.
But looks like it's on a beeline, in my opinion, for Kirkland as it crosses over 39.
Okay, let's do a couple of tracks and get everyone caught up on where the line of storms is. The severe threat for you, Lafayette, has ended, but we are getting some damage reports, some trees down from Tippecanoe County. The severe threat continues if you are east, so Kokomo, Peru. There's the tornado warned storm, and then it is a large area of severe thunderstorm warnings because of this line. I expect the National Weather Service to issue here probably shortly several more counties to the east as we deal with the threat of severe weather. Not only that tornado warned storm, but the threat of some damaging winds as well. Give you some we're going to do a deep dive on the radar, and then we'll come back out and do a couple of tracks to give you some times of arrival of these storms. The storms
There's your severe thunderstorm warning.
Did it come out?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So new severe thunderstorm warning, so not surprising here. We were just talking about this, that we would eventually see some of these eastern counties added. So that is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Boone, Carroll, Clinton, Hamilton, Howard, Madison, Montgomery, Tipton. So it's another large severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. It's 10 o'clock. In 45 minutes, we're going to see this line of storms go from Crawfordsville to about Anderson. That's how fast these storms are moving. National Weather Service still has them moving, let's see here. Moving east, it's 65. So again, that will help me do a few tracks for you here in just a second. But as I mentioned, the storms have moved and they've arrived in Logansport. You've got not a lot of time, Peru. You can see the storm line is approaching. It's in Logansport. It's in Deer Creek. So Galveston, Bunker Hill, Peru, Denver. You need to be in the safe part of your home. This line of storms is moving in with the potential of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. The storms are in Burlington. They are in Frankfort right now. Kokomo, not too far away. Kempton, your one area, and we'll do a little deeper dive here on radar for the tornado warning. Tornado warned storm, Kempton, Tipton, Arcadia, that tornado warning continues due to this little rotation that you see that is now just south of the Frankfort area and moving quickly off to the east. So you don't have a lot of time to get into the safest part of your home, the lowest level away from windows and doors. Storms in Crawfordsville at this point now below severe limits. New severe thunderstorm warning will include those of you in the Lebanon area, also over into Hamilton County. So Fishers, Westfield, Carmel under the severe thunderstorm warning, along with kind of the northern portion of Madison County as well. There's Interstate 69. So Anderson, you're going to be included as well. Let's do a deep dive on the radar while we're here, as far as checking for rotation and still showing that south of Frankfort, it is now east of Interstate 65. We'll come in a little closer, but this is the reason we have a tornado warning. And Sean said it, making a beeline to Kirkland, you don't have much time. This is headed your way within the next minute or so. The rotating part of that thunderstorm will move toward the Kirkland area. On that path and moving east, so we'll come out of parts of Clinton County and then head into Hamilton County and Tipton County as well. So in this warning, we have Kempton, East Union. Here's Highway 31, and there's Tipton. And there's the area of rotation approaching Kirkland and 421 right now. Safest part of your home is the lowest level away from windows and doors, as this storm is still showing signs of rotation. And that's the most significant part of the line, at least as far as a storm that may produce a tornado, or part of the line that may be tornado producing. Let's put the storms back on. And actually, while we're here, I'll do a quick track on this just to give you some times of arrival. I have to come out a bit because the storms are moving so fast. But let's do a track on we'll do the southern part of this line. So this is going to include Clinton and Boone County. So we'll just do this and then go east at, they've been going east between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Kirkland, we mentioned you've got a minute or so. It's approaching 421 right now. Sheridan in about 10. Westfield in about 15. 20-ish to Carmel. Fisher's the same for you. It'll happen before 10:30. Anderson shortly after 10:30, and Muncie, here's your early heads up. If it holds together just before 11 o'clock, this will move into parts of Delaware County. So that's one of the strongest parts of this line of storms, and one of the parts that we have one of those tornado warnings are on. So just be aware, this line of storms moving east of between 60 and 70 miles per hour. It is headed through parts of Clinton County, and it will move into portions of Hamilton County within the next few minutes. So that's the track on that part of the line. Let's go north, and we'll do this line that will include east of Logansport into parts of Howard and Tipton counties. And so we'll kind of segment this line out as well. So this is just north of that tornado warned storm, moving east between 60 and 70 miles per hour. That's going to take it into Galveston in less than 5, Kokomo less than 10, Greentown less than 15, Marion, if it holds together, about 10:30 for you. Same for Gas City, Hartford City just before 11. So this is going to move very quickly into the eastern half of our area in the next hour, but we do anticipate additional warnings in the next hour because we're not seeing any real change to the intensity of this line of thunderstorms as it continues to prompt severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. And it looks like National Weather Service has gone tornado warning on another little notch that they're seeing. So we've been keeping you updated on this one, and it looks like there's another one forming here just southwest of Kokomo. So they've added a few counties to the tornado warning, and that is going to be for southern Howard, northern Tipton, and northeastern Clinton. That's a new tornado warning until 10:30. It's just south of you, Kokomo, but includes southern Howard, northern Tipton, and the northeastern sections of Clinton County. So now the strongest part of this line, we've got a couple little notches in the radar that the National Weather Service is kind of eyeing for tornado potential. So that's the reason for the tornado warnings in these areas. We want you to be in the safest part of your home, and that's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. We talk about lowest level. If you got a basement, fine. If you don't worry, just the middle. Pick a closet, pick a bathroom. You want as many walls between you and the outside as you can. And now's the time, if you practice those safety plans, to put those into action as we have a couple of tornado warnings now moving just north of Indianapolis. Let's come out just a bit to show you those two tornado warned storms. So they are east of Frankfort, south of Kokomo, and then we'll go in a little closer, but I don't want you to lose the vantage point of where we are. But we're north of Indianapolis, north of Noblesville, now east of Frankfort. So basically between Noblesville and Kokomo, including those of you in the Tipton area, and northern Hamilton County, there are a couple of areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on, as well as the National Weather Service. But again, I didn't want you to lose perspective of where we are. And one good thing with the southern part of this line is this little thin green line. That's an outflow boundary indicating that this line will eventually weaken. So we've got some good news for the southern part. However, these storms will produce very heavy rain, could quickly lead to some lowland flooding, and we still obviously have the potential for some damaging winds and tornadoes, especially the northern part of this line north of Indianapolis as it gets closer to 31. So again, didn't want you to lose your perspective of where we are, but we do want to give you some closer views of radar. So this is approaching Kempton right now. It's over Kirkland. So we were talking about 421 and 38 is where, if this is rotating, it's right there and pushing now east of 421.
Very quick.
But it's moving very quick.
Yeah. So that's the thing with these radar images too. I mean, they're coming in every few minutes,
Sure.
But because it's moving so fast, just for a little perspective. So Colfax reported about a near 60 mile per hour wind, just to give you a little idea. Still haven't seen a whole strew of damage reports just yet. We're still watching that hook. You can see it there, as Angela talked about, near Kirkland, but moving very quickly here. with multiple areas under a tornado warning. Radar indicated, that's also one thing I want to point out here, and thankfully, we'll see if we get some damage within some of these tornado warnings, but you know, sometimes we will have a radar confirmed tornado where we can see the debris signature, and we're not, you know, thankfully we're not seeing that, but we see enough with this. It's been a very persistent area of rotation that has really just latched on to the edge of the storm line. And when we say that, so we're talking about this red and green next to each other right there, moving, you know, as we mentioned, 55, 60 miles per hour. And so that's going to put it toward Elwood here probably in the next 15 minutes at that speed. Sharpsville, you're going to be getting hit by the leading edge. Keep in mind, we still have many severe thunderstorm warnings as well. They're pretty much warning this entire line for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind or greater. And what they have a tough task to do, because it's such a big line, is that they're trying to find these areas where we're noticing some spin and where that can create a little higher chance either for a tornado or maybe even just getting some higher wind out of it. But this has been rather persistent. We don't see that too often where we get just an area of rotation that continues to show up on radar. And this one's been here, what, Angela, almost it seems like nearly an hour with this particular one that we're looking at.
Yeah, I feel, is this the one that developed near Covington?
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you're right. It has definitely been consistent,
Yeah.
and the National Weather Service continues to kind of look for those areas where a quick spin up is possible. But as we've talked about all night long, tornado watch for some, severe thunderstorm watch for others. These storms are moving so fast with the potential of damaging winds, and a quick spin up of a tornado is possible, that we encouraged you early on in our coverage to treat all of these warnings as if these storms could produce
another 59 mile per hour gust, this one from Frankfurt.
Okay, so that's definitely severe limits. Anything 58 miles per hour or greater is considered severe. And it also looks like they've gone a severe thunderstorm warning for some of the southern part of this line. This is going to include northwestern Marion County. So it's going to include southern Boone, southern Hamilton, portions of Hendricks, portions of Marion, Montgomery Park, and Putnam. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's a new one from the National Weather Service until 10:45. And it's basically for this line of storms, the southern part of this line that is approaching Greencastle. So we'll kind of give you a couple closer views here. So Greencastle, you've got that outflow boundary. So if the house is shaking a little bit, or you notice the winds really pick up, that's the outflow boundary in advance of this line of thunderstorms. And then we've got heavy rain in Waveland. We've got heavy rain in Ladoga. Greencastle, you're technically just out of that severe thunderstorm warning, the new one that's been issued. But Coatesville, you're included. Clinton Falls, over toward Brownsburg, into Danville and Avon and Plainfield might just be out of it, but Brownsburg, you're included. Let's slide this over just a little bit to give you an idea of some of the areas. So just technically out of the severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 for you, Plainfield, but I don't think you and Avon completely miss out on the thunderstorms. Brownsburg, you're included. Danville, you're included. So basically along and just northwest of 36 there in Hendricks County. So that's part of the new severe thunderstorm warning that also includes northwestern Marion County and the far southern sections of Boone as well. We've got heavy rain into the Rochdale area, raining in Crawfordsville. The storms have moved into Lebanon. They are approaching Sheridan, Kempton as well. This area still under tornado warnings from Sheridan to just north of Strawtown. There's Morse Reservoir, so just north of there. And then as you cross into Tipton County, all of Tipton County just about, and then into the southern sections of Howard County. I'm keeping a close eye on a couple little curves in the radar, and it's right here in between Sheridan and Kempton right now. If we have a significant wind or rotation with this storm, that's where it's going to be, and that's in basically the northwestern corner of Hamilton and then the southern sections of Tipton County. So we encourage you to be in the safest part of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. This one is quickly approaching Highway 31. Tipton, you only have a few minutes before the storm is overhead. Windfall as well, Arcadia into the northern sections of Hamilton County. So this is going to move very quickly across 31 within the next 5, 10, 15 minutes or so, and then it's going to be gone as far as the severe threat. What's left behind, still some heavy rain, still some lightning, but the wind and the tornado threat is along and ahead of this line. And speaking of that, looks like Weather Service went tornado warning on a cell that is basically exiting northeastern Cass County and will include northern Miami. So
and based on radar with that one,
okay,
I think that probably I'm gonna put on our debris tracker here, and I'm going to go back in time. All right, so this is at 10 o'clock. That donut hole you see right there, that's what we call a tornado debris signature. So
okay,
that was northeast of Logansport. Now again, notice the clock here. That's at 10. That's at 10 p.m. All right, so let me get you back to current speed. Now, what it was showing, what did it hit to create that we don't know.
okay.
But there's the tornado that tornado warning that you're talking about. That's been extended to the northeast there.
Okay, and that's going to be so northeast of Logansport, and then include the northern sections of Miami County.
Yeah, Miami, Wabash till 10:30. Now it's radar indicated at this time, not radar confirmed. That's a bit of a difference. Okay, if we still had the tornado debris signature, the language would be a little bit different. But based on what I'm seeing on radar right now, Angela, we don't have a debris signature, but we did roughly about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, which is the reason we've encouraged you to treat all of these warnings as if they could quickly produce a spin up. And from what Sean just showed you, that may actually have happened. And that area was technically under a severe thunderstorm warning at the time with that tornado possible description. So that's the reason, until this line of storms passes you by, safest part of your home is the lowest level away from windows and doors. This is an intense line of severe thunderstorms that continues to move across parts of central Indiana. To give you perspective, we'll widen out the view. There's the city of Indianapolis. There's the line of storms, weakening just a bit for the southern extent, still very intense. And we still, if you think, okay, we've got, these are moving at about 60 miles per hour off to the east. We've got at least another hour, maybe hour and a half. If these don't weaken, that we're going to be continuing to contend with warnings here on a Thursday evening. Speaking of warnings, the new tornado warning does include areas north of Peru, so that's the northern parts of Miami County and just northeast of Logansport. We go south, there's the area that we've been monitoring for quite some time. And you can see it here, this little curl in the radar south of Kempton. That has prompted tornado warning as well, and this will continue to kind of track off to the east. And they've been moving very quickly between 60 and 70 miles per hour. While we're here, and then we'll do a couple of tracks on these, still seeing that little red and green close together. And the National Weather Service, they were picking up on another area, which is the reason they went tornado warning, I think, for Kokomo and the northern parts of Tipton County. But let's back up the radar just a little bit. And so it's that area. And then they saw another little one that they issued another. It's right there. It was right east, southeast of Kilmore. And that one isn't quite as prominent at this point. The main area of rotation for us is this area here. Basically, kind of, well, it is on that Hamilton-Tipton County line at this point. And it is over 31. So Arcadia and Tipton, you are in the path of this, and you are under a tornado warning. Take shelter. This storm is just minutes away as it moves east very quickly. Eventually, Elwood, you will be in the path of this storm as well as it moves off to the east between 60 and 70 miles per hour. That's the latest track and times that we're getting from the National Weather Service. Let's put radar back on and we'll do some tracks on these. This one's going to be hard to track because eventually these are going to, and I'll show you the movement of this, the southern part of this line. So there it is. They're going to follow eventually that outflow boundary. So a lot of this is going to start to sink south and east and not move necessarily due east. So Danville, Greencastle, you've got some storms incoming and that threat of some severe weather. It's north that we don't have that outflow boundary yet, and we'll continue to see the bigger threat of damaging wind and the bigger threat of a couple of spin-ups in terms of tornadoes. This is, we'll just do the southern part of this line, and I have to come out a bit because they are moving so quickly. So we'll do, let's do Hamilton, let's do Tipton and Hamilton counties. So we'll do Tipton and Hamilton counties. This goes off to the east between 60 and 70 miles per hour. That will put it just about to the state line between 11 and 11:30. Tipton in the next 5 minutes. Noblesville, you've got maybe 10. Again, treat it as if it could quickly produce a tornado. Elwood at 10:30 as well. Alexandria at 10:40. Anderson at 10:40, 10:45. Into Muncie just before 11. Into Red Key shortly after. Farmland shortly after 11, and Winchester. So that would put it into the eastern part of the state in an hour. So we were thinking these are moving 60, 70 miles per hour. We've got about 60, 70 miles left of real estate for us in the state of Indiana. And unfortunately, no signs of weakening as far as this line of storms is concerned. To the north we go. We will track the Logansport area. Logansport, your severe threat is ending. You still have the very heavy rain and you still have plenty of lightning, but your severe threat has ended. This one, we will include all the way down into Tipton County and take it east between 60 and 70. That will take, again, Tipton, your minutes, maybe 1 or 2 at the most. Safest part of your home, lowest level, you are under a tornado warning. Into Marion at 10:30, Hartford City about 10:45, into Portland shortly after 11, and again, that would be into the eastern part of the state, almost to the state line. We encourage you to be in the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors as we continue to monitor severe weather moving across central Indiana. This is a long line of storms and what will transition from severe threat to perhaps a flooding threat if we start to see this kind of back building of these storms. If we don't see the movement south and east, we'll have to pay attention to perhaps a flooding threat as we head through the next several hours as well. But for now, we've got several warnings, including a couple of tornado warnings. Those are going to be for areas near and just south of Kokomo through Tipton County into Sheridan. This is the area that we've been monitoring. It is now near Tipton. It is crossing 31 and will head into Tipton, Arcadia, and Elwood. Safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Sharpsville, Greentown, you're technically under a tornado warning as well, but the main area of rotation, at least for now, is just to your south. And this is an intense line of thunderstorms that continues to move across central Indiana. We've been monitoring some reports coming in from the National Weather Service. We've had a few 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. We've had a few 40 mile per hour wind gusts, non-severe, but from Putnam County, it looks like a tree branches down, a large branch near 231 on the north side of Greencastle by the fairgrounds. It's one of the latest reports coming in. Terre Haute, as that line of storms moved through, several reports of 50 mile per hour wind gusts. So they are still almost to severe limits. And from the National Weather Service, that's it as far as reports coming in. And again, I'll take it. If we end up with just a few trees down and nothing significant, that that is a success as far as I'm concerned. But this is how the radar looks on a Thursday evening. We were talking about this most of the afternoon and really most of the week. We've been in this hot, humid, stormy weather pattern, and this severe risk really, unfortunately, verified across the north central sections of Illinois, where they had tornado emergencies, confirmed tornadoes. For us, not quite the same setup, although still that threat of damaging winds and tornadoes as these storms continue to move in. Storms into Greencastle. Mentioned the winds are starting to pick up, and a tree down there along 231. Outflow boundary, so the winds, you can probably feel those in Brownsburg. The rain not too far behind. Lots of lightning as well, and strong enough, even if these are just below severe limits, strong enough to bring some trees and power lines down. Raining heavily in Lebanon, although the severe threat is beginning to subside a bit. There's still that little curve in the radar, and that is now east of 31, approaching Arcadia and Tipton right now. Windfall also in the path, along with Elwood. And they have expanded severe thunderstorm. Well, the severe thunderstorm warning goes out a little farther compared to the tornado warning to include a good part of Madison County, all because of this intense line of thunderstorms. Marion, Hartford City, Muncie, Anderson, you're in the clear now, but within the next half hour, 40 minutes or so, these storms are going to be moving in. They are moving between 60 and 70 miles per hour, and that gives you about 20-30 minutes before you need to be in the safest part of your home, and that's the lowest level away from windows and doors. Let's put our shear tracker on. Still quite a bit of that showing up right where that little curve in the radar is. So that kind of backs up what we're seeing with the radar, and it just makes it easier for you to see where that rotation is and the damaging wind potential. And there are a few additional spikes approaching western Hamilton County, a few also in that tornado warned area, southern Howard, northeastern Tipton, and a little bit of a wind spike there east of Kokomo as well, just indicating to us that damaging wind potential. And if we put the tracks on this, it really shows what we've been watching. And Sean said it, we've been watching this for more than an hour now. It moved across northern Montgomery County, right along the Clinton-Boone County line, and is now right along the Tipton-Hamilton County line. And if we end up with some damage and the National Weather Service has to go out and survey, that would be the focus, I would think, in terms of where we may have had damaging wind and or a couple of spin-ups of a weak tornado. Let's check.
Yeah, I just got a very reliable report from our good friend Matt Gamble.
Okay.
Matt is, he said, just west of Atlanta. So he's in this thing. He's in this spin. He's telling me about 45 to 50 mile per hour wind so far, and can't really see much spin. Of course, it is a little bit dark, but I trust what Matt says. He's been chasing stuff for a long time, so we'll value that input from Matt.
So 40, 50 mile per hour wind, you said?
Yeah, so far.
Okay, so far. So we'll wait and see. Again, as Sean said, he's a reliable spotter and chaser and knows what he's doing. So we'll wait to see.
I got a 65 in Miami County.
Okay.
I'm sorry, near Peru. So we're starting to get more and more, not a surprise, starting to get more and more power outages, power outage reports. Now the majority of them are on the western side of the state, but as a state as a whole, we're over 77,000 right now. There is a lot in Warren and Benton counties, so it will be interesting to see as the storm line continues to move east. And, we're getting 60 mile per hour reports within this line here. Whether or not we're going to see those numbers go up. So far, our peak wind that we've had around here is between about 60, and I mentioned that 165. This has been the area of rotation that's been pretty persistent on the leading edge of that. That's now over Arcadia. And as we saw earlier when we were showing you that tornado debris signature that was in Cass County, even if you're not under a tornado warning, we can see some of these just quick developments where we get these quick spins and you know, you might get something like that tornado debris signature, Angela, that we had for a couple of scans, and then boom, it's gone.
Okay.
So we're kind of in that kind of situation, kind of looking up and down this line, trying to find these little appendages, if you will. And but this is approaching the metro area now. At minimum, going to be a lot of heavy rain. We've said this several times. It is looking like there is an outflow. I've had several people on social media tell me they can feel that outflow, that rain cooled air. Why is that key? Because once we start to see the outflow, that's going to choke off what's feeding into it. And then it kind of flips the script and becomes a heavy rain event. Right now, however, we're getting extensions of severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yes.
And we've got, again, the continuance of those tornado warnings. Arcadia toward Elwood. Right now, Elwood, you're not under a tornado warning right now. If this continues to show this signature, I would suspect that that may head your direction.
I'm going to take you north, Sean, because we do have a couple of new warnings. One is a severe thunderstorm warning, so not surprising that we have a lot of real estate east of this line now under severe thunderstorm warnings. For us locally, this is going to include parts of Grant, Miami counties, and then into the Fort Wayne area, Huntington, Whitley, and Wabash counties. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 11 p.m. But within that severe thunderstorm warning, and there's the warning, and it includes the northern sections of Grant County for us, so near Marion, they have issued a tornado warning. Most likely because of that report that just came in from Miami County of that 60+ mile per hour wind gust. So they're issuing a tornado warning within the severe thunderstorm warning. Locally, none of our counties under that tornado warning, but if you are familiar with that area, that is going to be just to the east of Peru and just to the southwest of Fort Wayne. But for us, we now have Grant County under a severe thunderstorm warning, tagged tornado possible, winds 60 miles per hour, and for now radar indicated, but that's a new severe thunderstorm warning until 11 o'clock tonight. I do want to take you south and show you the tornado warnings. Those have been allowed to expire for now, so we will wait and see what the Weather Service is going to do with that. I can tell you, south of there, they now have all of Marion County under a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is also a new warning. It's going to include Boone, Hamilton, Hancock, Hendricks, Johnson, Marion, Morgan, Putnam counties. New severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15. Tornado possible, radar indicated, winds to 60. That's a new warning, and it does include all of Marion County. So a lot of this line of storms now continuing to move off to the south and eventually off to the south and east. Let's give you, actually, we're just going to go south to north along this line, and then we'll do a couple of tracks, and we'll wait and see if the National Weather Service does anything additional on that original tornado warned storm, as they did let that expire here at 10:30. So we've got heavy storms over Greencastle, Rochdale. Here's Interstate 70. There are severe thunderstorm warnings from near Greencastle to Rochdale into Danville. And now, yes, those of you across the rest of Hendricks County now included. So Avon, Plainfield, also under a severe thunderstorm warning, Brownsburg. And these heavy storms have made their way into Danville. There's Pittsboro, there's Lebanon in Boone County. And then we'll make our way from Boone into Hamilton counties and go north. There is Sheridan. On the edge here, we've got Carmel, Westfield, storms just north of you, Fishers. The storms are in Kempton, Strawtown, and Elwood right now. That was the little curve that we were looking at for possible rotation. National Weather Service for now, nothing new on that. And maybe a little weaker, but we still are noticing that a little bit near the Strawtown area. So I would, safest part of my home, Strawtown, Elwood, even into Anderson, as this moves across the northern half of Madison County. That will be next. And that's one cell that we've been monitoring for increased threat of tornado, increased threat of damaging wind as well. Let's continue our track to the north. There are storms in Elwood into Marion, Fairmount, not too far away. Marion, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. As I mentioned, that's one of the new warnings. And then north of there into the Fort Wayne market, that's where we find some tornado warnings. We'll come out a bit, and then we're going to do several tracks. And we're going to slide this. We're going to start north this time and do tracks along the line of storms to give you some times of arrival. So this line will go through Tipton County and then east. These are moving east between 60 and 70 miles per hour. As I mentioned, they're in Elwood now. Alexandria, you've got 10 minutes. Hartford City at 10:47. So think maybe 10, 15 minutes at the most, into Portland shortly after 11, and then that will take it into parts of Ohio. So we've got, it is 10:30, we've got probably 45 minutes to maybe an hour at the most for the severe threat with this line. Which is good news because this has been the most intense part of the line, the northern part. Let's go south. I'm going to clear that. Let's go south.
They let the tornado warning go, by the way.
They did, yes, and nothing new on that one?
Nothing new on that.
Okay.
I've got Howard County, multiple trees, power lines down. Clinton County, multiple trees, power lines. So we're getting, this is what we're getting now. A lot of damage reports with the line. Some of them are kind of a little delayed here. And then I had someone tell me near Delphi that their folks were up there, couldn't get out because there was a lot of trees down as well. So a lot of trees, a lot of tree damage with this line that continues its east movement. So again, no tornado warning at this time.
Okay.
But treat this treat this whole line with respect here. Get away from trees if you can. Get away from windows till this thing can pass through.
Okay, so we've got severe thunderstorm warnings up and down this line, headed into Marion and Hamilton counties. I promised we'll finish our little the tracks here. So we did. We got through Tipton County about. So let's do. We'll do Hamilton County. Actually, I'll do the edge of northwestern Madison through Hamilton. These, again, moving east between 60 and 70. Fishers, you've got 5 minutes or so before you've got some heavy rain, some lightning, some strong winds. Anderson about 10:45, Pendleton 10:50, Muncie just before 11, and then Winchester shortly after 11. So again, this is going to move quickly, eventually out of the state, but we probably have another hour or so of dealing with that severe threat in terms of damaging winds. And as Sean said, we're starting to get some additional reports now in terms of wind damage with trees and power lines down. Let's head south. There's Marion County, and we'll do a track on this. Let's update the warning real quick. So from Marion, parts of Hancock, northern Johnson, this goes until 11:15. Again, a little slower movement on this. National Weather Service saying east at 45. So let's pick up southern Hamilton, and this will take us through Hendricks, and then we'll take this off to the east at 45 miles per hour. That, again, Fishers, you're within about 5 minutes of the storms. Indianapolis downtown in less than 20, think about 15 minutes or so. Beech Grove just before 11. Lawrence, so that's going to be the northeast side of Marion County around 11 o'clock, and then into portions of Johnson County, and then eventually into Greenfield by about 11:15, 11:20, and then into Carthage. So we'll start to see this roll across parts of Shelby and Rush counties eventually within about the next hour. It's 10:35 on a Thursday evening. Let's see here. Looks like the National Weather Service just went tornado warning on another little notch that they're seeing, and that's in Hendricks County. So this is going to be southeast of Danville. I'll get this up, and maybe, Sean, you can get the, I don't know if the terminal radar will be a better view on
That's
this.
what we want to see.
But it looks like just a little bit of rotation. I'll get the specifics on that. Maybe you can check the terminal radar, but it is a new tornado warning for parts of Hendricks and Marion counties. New tornado warning. Tornado warning radar indicated Hendricks and Marion until 11 p.m. So sirens are probably sounding. I'm sure they are sounding in some locations. And this is, let me give you a closer view.
This is just south of Plainfield.
Okay.
We're getting a new scan in as we speak. Along Highway 40 and going to be moving towards Stafford Road. Again, radar indicated. With that said, this is very close to the radar, so we're getting a real low-level scan on this. There it is right there, all right? So Plainfield toward the airport, toward the west side, out toward, there's the airport. If you're on Stafford Road, you're on Perry Road, you're on Center Street, you're on 40 there, and you're in Plainfield, you should be in your safe locations. Tornado warning. So what we're seeing is we're starting to see some circulation. That red and green right next to each other, that is the concern right there. All right. Now there's a broad tornado warning. I will zip the radar out. There's the spin, and let me show you where again. So there's the tornado warning. That's embedded right there. It's little quick rotation.
It is little.
Yeah.
Really little.
But they can be potent. So we want you to treat this. You're in this polygon. You're in Canby. You're anywhere near the Indy Airport until we can give you the all clear on this. Doesn't mean this is going to produce a tornado, but the radar is telling us, and we know that the environment tonight has produced a few tornadoes. Across central Indiana. So no doubt the sirens are going off. Southwest Marion County into eastern Hendricks County. Now this will be south of Avon. You're getting hit with heavy rain and thunder and all that, but the rotation will be south of Avon, south of Danville, east of Clayton. But Canby, you're in the tornado warning polygon, and I'm trying to think if we can hear the sirens here, because sometimes
I feel like
Marion County. Either way, let me back the radar up just a little bit. So we're getting the new scan in right there. So that's what the National Weather Service is off. So they're looking at this whole storm line. You can see that little spin that crossed over near Clayton.
Okay.
And now on its way, going to come real close to 70. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to try to reposition a camera,
you got it.
Angela.
So if that rotation, if it still is producing, it's approaching 267 right now. Sean mentioned Canby, mentioned the airport, Valley Mills, Ben Davis. So think southeastern Hendricks and the southwestern corner of Marion County. So just southwest of downtown Indianapolis. I'm going to come out just a little bit. That'll give you a slightly bigger view. But the National Weather Service saw just a little bit of rotation. But as we've seen already with these storms this evening, and there it is, just near and east of Clayton.
We've got a camera. In Plainfield. That's going to be N.1. I put that in Plainfield. So that's near the circulation right now. Sirens are sounding. Now, so here's the situation. Probably should show them the tornado warning polygon again, because the sirens are going off all over Marion County.
Marion County, okay.
All right, so here's the polygon, okay? If you're in downtown Indianapolis, if you're in Lawrence, you're in Eagle Creek, you're in Broad Ripple, you're north, this is not your rotation, all right? There is the rotation. And now we can hear them here. So now, does that mean we're going to get, you're going to miss storms? We're not going to miss storms in those other areas. It's just this is where the rotation is. So I want to stress that. And again, there it is. There it is earlier. And so, and we'll keep an eye on that N.1 camera. And I'm going to try to reposition another one here shortly.
Okay.
Angela.
I'll take folks to N.1. And so this is US 40 in Plainfield. You can see the sheets of rain. here, US 40 and Center Street. Camera's been shaking a bit. You can see some of the bigger trees there in the background shaking a bit as well. So this is one of the NDOT cameras. Sean's going to work on a couple of others. But National Weather Service saw another little spike in velocities and potential rotation that developed and now has gone tornado warning. This rotation was just west and southwest of Plainfield, and this is the view along US 40 and Center Street. Let's get you back to radar and give you the big view as we have a line of thunderstorms having a big impact on this Thursday night from north to south across our area. And until this completely clears the state, we're not going to be done with that threat of severe weather. Now, it will clear up to the north and east, that severe threat, in about an hour. It may take a little longer for this this southern extent to make its way eventually through Bloomington into Greensburg, Rushville, Shelbyville, but we should continue to see this weaken a little bit. Let's take you back to the tornado warned storm. We do have storms from Cloverdale to Greencastle to Danville, there into Mooresville. Mooresville, that rotation is just north of you. Sirens are sounding, it sounds like, across a good part of Marion County, but the tornado warned storm developed near and just west of Plainfield near Clayton. In fact, we can back up the radar and you can see it there. That bright green that shows up here, that's the area of rotation that the National Weather Service saw. A small, weak area of rotation. They went ahead and issued tornado warning for this, and as we go forward in time, again, it gets really close to the radar site. But if you're in the southwestern part of Marion County, so by the airport, if it's still rotating, looks like that's approaching 67, in between 36 and 67. There's I-70 as well, and Highway 40. And this is really close to the airport at this point. That is a new tornado warning, and the tornado warning goes until 11 o'clock. It is one of several warnings at this hour in terms of severe thunderstorms. We'll put the radar back on, and we do have storms in Brownsburg, in Plainfield. Severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Marion County. We've got storms on the northwest side, storms now into Hamilton County, Fishers, Carmel, Westfield. Storms entering Madison County, a little stronger here between, say, Anderson and Marion. That's the same circulation that we've been keeping an eye on most of the evening. And let's check velocities while we're here. So not all that impressive, but still, we've talked about it all night long. We wanted you to treat these thunderstorms as if they could produce 70-mile-per-hour winds, and these storms could produce a tornado very quickly with little notice, just because of the atmosphere, the setup that we have in place. Several severe thunderstorm warnings. These have been extended east to include those of you in Muncie. I believe that is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Muncie and Newcastle. The severe thunderstorm warning will go until 11:15 tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. That's going to include Muncie, back into Anderson, and just northwest of Newcastle. So Delaware into Madison, northwestern Henry counties. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warning from Marion that goes east into Greenfield as well. And then the tornado warned storm from the National Weather Service, southwest side of Marion County. The sirens have sounded. Looks like at 10:20, there was a 67-mile-per-hour gust reported on the Park-Putnam County line near Highway 36. So that could be part of what the National Weather Service was keeping an eye on as well, and one of the reasons they have continued the severe thunderstorm warning, and we do have a tornado warning. Spotters reporting damage in Clinton County just east of Kirkland near 421, 8 trees down. Reported time roughly around 10 o'clock. So that's coming from a trained spotter out of Clinton County near Kirkland. And that was near that circulation that we were keeping an eye on as it crossed 421. Now getting reports of 8 trees down in that area. And I have a feeling the National Weather Service will be out to survey at least some damage as we get into the coming days, if we continue to get damage reports like what we're getting now out of Clinton County. There's the line of thunderstorms that extends from south of Greencastle, headed into Gosport. Morgan County, get ready. We haven't talked much about you yet. You've got storms moving in Mooresville, Brooklyn, Martinsville. The storms are headed your way. Severe thunderstorm warning for the far northeastern corner of Morgan and the northern part of Johnson, and then that one extends through Marion into the western parts of Hancock County. Line of storms that we continue to track. National Weather Service did go tornado warning thanks to a little bit of circulation they saw near and west of Plainfield. We will check radar and give you a closer view. Again, it's going to be very difficult to see the rotation as it is so close to the radar site, but we can show you where it developed near Clayton. And let's go in a little closer. And then as it moved near the Plainfield area, as you can see it develop right there. And then, boy, as soon as it popped up, it was gone. So, but that was kind of what we were expecting with these storms, the possibility of quick spin-ups, in addition to the threat of a large area of damaging wind. They're still issuing severe thunderstorm warnings western part of this line across parts of Illinois. So for us locally, a couple of big severe thunderstorm warnings and the one tornado warning that does include southwest Marion County. If you're anywhere along and east of this line, you're going to want to stick with us. We talked about this earlier as well, making sure you had that cell phone charged, the ringer on, the volume up so that you could hear alerts if in fact you went to bed before the storms arrived. But an impressive line of storms. We've got a little shaking over the building here down at Channel 13, downtown Indianapolis. We can always tell when the winds get close. The top of the building rattles just a little bit. Monrovia into western Marion County, and then north is where we find the storms, severe thunderstorm warnings, and we still have the one tornado warning. Nothing new from the National Weather Service on that one, aside from the fact that they did issue it and they saw that that rotation. Yeah, and I think that rotation has transitioned into more straight line. Okay. Based on the radar imagery that I'm seeing now. And that has blown through Canby. It's going right across Southport Road, going to go across Man Road, Glens Valley, Southport, going to cross over 69 there. I'm sorry, Southport Road, but Southport's farther east. It'll eventually will get there. Going to cross over 69. So I'm not quite aware if the sirens continue to sound over the entire Marion County. If that is the case, please know that if you're an east sider, northeast, northwest, this rotation is not your game. Now, could you still get some 60-mile-per-hour wind? You very well could, and that's what we have seen. We've seen a lot of those reports, but this thing is actually outrunning the tornado warning polygon. So in a matter of moments, it's going to be outside of the polygon. I don't know if they're going to issue a new one. However, let's get in a little closer here. So there's Southport Road, there's Mills Road. I would still treat this, even if they don't extend the tornado warning, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning. I would treat it as such, just get in those safe spots until the leading edge of this can get to your east of your location. That's what we want. Then we can give you an all clear. Can't do that right now. So those are still, in fact, let me take off the warning real quick here. Let's do a query on those wind values, Angela, and see what we have. Okay, so we're getting, who cares if it's a tornado or not? We're getting 65-mile-per-hour wind, and that's very low, being scanned very low, very near the ground. So heads up there in Southport, Greenwood. You live along Banta Road, and it looks like we're getting a new tornado warning. Yep. So I would, this thing's going to extend. Bargersville now is going to be under a tornado warning. It'll pop up here in a moment. I think it's going to be for southern Marion.
Okay.
Southern Marion,
Yep.
Northern Johnson
Okay.
until 11:15.
Yep.
So that's the new tornado warning. And Sean was just showing you that,
Yep.
that increased in intensity. And I'll go back to you, increased in intensity
Yep.
on the velocities, and that's the reason for the warning.
Yep, and that's it. So that's what we're seeing on the radar. We're seeing, you know, and I think what's going to happen here, you see those bright whites, that's 65 to near 70 miles per hour with a radar beam that's getting a real good sample of that wind. So Greenwood, you are now in the tornado warning polygon. We'll show you that. Let me go to current time. So there you go. These are all the cities that are in the tornado warning polygon. Greenwood, Southport, Smith Valley. There's Sunshine Gardens. Let's get back to the radar scan because that's what's going to be most important. You know, and again, I don't care if it's a tornado or not. We know that the radar is showing it's crossing over 69. So I'm going to have to get a camera, see what kind of camera we have there. But this is crossing over I-69 and it's moving fast. So if you're in Greenwood, just go ahead and get in your lowest level. Get away from those windows. If you live around a bunch of trees, the radar's going to be updating here momentarily. But go ahead and get in those safe spots. This thing is blasting through I-69, going to cut right through southern Marion and northern Johnson counties.
Yeah, and that radar is a really good view, Sean, from the terminal radar. We've got a view from our north side camera. Heavy rain over downtown Indianapolis now, and as Sean pointed out, we do have new warnings thanks to severe storms moving across central Indiana. So we're going to get you back to radar. There is the line of storms that we continue to contend with. Severe thunderstorm warnings in advance of the line, and now we've got a couple of tornado warnings indicated from the National Weather Service because of what Sean just showed you. So let's dive in to these areas south of downtown. So we are now pushing east of the airport and crossing Interstate 69. So Southport, Greenwood, you maybe have a minute or two. Get into the safest part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. Most likely we've got sirens sounding. Southern Marion and northern Johnson counties. Acton, you are in the path of this as well as Clark. So Southern Marion, northern Johnson County, new tornado warning until 11:15. Lowest level of your home, away from windows and doors. Don't worry if you don't have a basement, get in the middle, a closet, a bathroom. You want as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Based on what we saw with Sean, an intensification of this part of the line of storms that happened just west of Plainfield, and that intensification has continued at this hour, and that's where we expect the tornado warned storm to go. Let's get the specifics on that new tornado warning, because we can do a track on that as well. So it is going to include Southern Marion, northern Johnson until 11:15 on that. Let's see here. We'll find out how quickly this is moving. East at 50. So some of the towns that the National Weather Service mentioned are cities: Indianapolis, Greenwood, Beech Grove, Southport, New Whiteland, and Homecroft. So those are some of the locations that are in the path of this. Think south side of Indianapolis, south to Greenwood. So Southport, Greenwood, again, safest part of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors. This is moving east at 55. That gives me an idea of how to do a track on this. So we will come out just a bit, and then we're going to track the southern part of this where we have that intensification happening right now, moving east at 55. This will take it out almost to the state line, but focus on some times of arrival here. South side of Indianapolis, it's overhead now. Clark at 11:05, Sugar Creek at 11:11, and then it will take it into parts of Shelby and Rush counties if it would hold together. This is your early heads up, Shelby and Rush counties between now and 11:30. If it would hold together, Connorsville just before midnight. So we've got an intensification of a thunderstorm that has prompted a tornado warning from the National Weather Service, and that does include the south side of Indianapolis, and you can see it approaching Southport right now and Interstate 65. So there's 31, there's Interstate 65. Southport, Greenwood, Acton, Clark, just a few of the areas in the tornado warning at this point, and we encourage you to be safest part of your home, the lowest level away from windows and doors. We can hear the heavy rain over downtown and a little bit of wind as well. Nothing like what they are seeing to the south, and Sean has been using a different radar, and we'll go back to him in just a second, that makes it easier to see, but you can see it a little bit here as well with the brighter pinks showing up, indicating those bursts of strong winds, perhaps some rotation. Southport, Greenwood overhead now. Let's go in a little closer. So it's basically over 31 now near Interstate 65. There's Clark, there's Acton, there's Interstate 65, and there are those bursts of intense winds that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a new tornado warning for southern Marion and northern Johnson counties. As we come out on radar, this gives you an idea who will be in the path of this next. Eventually Morristown, eventually Shelbyville, and eventually then into Rush County. So you've got a tornado warned storm just to your west. If you're thinking about going to bed, maybe wait a few minutes, see how this evolves, and to see if this continues to intensify, as it might be something that you need to be aware of to keep you and your family safe on this Thursday evening as we continue to track storms capable of producing 60, 70 mile per hour winds and the threat of tornadoes. From the National Weather Service, we've had several reports of trees down. We've got thousands without power. Reports of this is a new one coming to us, power lines and damage to power lines, Lapel and Anderson. So as these storms moved across Madison County, reports of several trees down in Clinton County along 421. Getting some pictures reported to the National Weather Service as well. So our coverage started here, gosh, about 8:30, I think, on the live stream as this line of storms moved into central Indiana. And we are now approaching 11 o'clock on a Thursday evening, and our coverage does continue. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue off to the east. Let's go north, and then we'll come quickly back south. But there are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Portland and Hartford City. This is a new warning, and it's going to be for parts of in our area until 11:30. Considerable is the threat here, 70 mile per hour winds, parts of Grant, Blackford, and Jay counties. So in our area, parts of Blackford, Jay, and Grant counties. So Portland through Hartford City. Hartford City, you're getting some of the worst of it right now, and that will move toward Portland next. Muncie, you've got storms moving in for you. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue as well for parts of Delaware and northwestern Henry counties. Also until 11:15, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Delaware and Henry counties. The heavy rain and storms are over Madison and Hamilton counties. Remember, we did just get a report of some trees, or power lines down, I should say, some power lines down near Lapel and Anderson in Madison County, storming in Fishers, back through Carmel and Westfield. We've got storms downtown under severe thunderstorm warnings.
N.2. N.2.
N.2.
Yep.
Let's go to N.2 real quick.
Yeah, so that's I-65. That's looking northwest. That's near the Greenwood exit. So we're going to catch the leading edge of what I believe is going to be 70-plus mile per hour wind blowing through. We're going to get some reports, I think, of 70-plus, and we're going to get, unfortunately, swath of damage, tree damage. Just a lot of tree damage going to happen southern Marion through this Johnson County corridor here. Based on radar. So that is one pocket. This is crossing 65 as we speak.
Keep you updated on that, Sean, as you are watching 13 News at 11. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman, along with meteorologist Sean Ash. Our severe weather continuing coverage continues here on Channel 13 late on a Thursday night. This is a line of storms that we've been tracking for the last several hours. Brought tornadoes to parts of Illinois. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings. Sirens have sounded across Marion County, including the city of Indianapolis, and we want to get you caught up on all of the latest warnings. And Sean's going to keep a very close eye on a camera that we've got pointed in Greenwood. anticipating 60, 70 plus mile per hour winds and perhaps some extensive damage that will come with this line of thunderstorms. New severe thunderstorm warning. If you've been watching our coverage, we expected the new warning to come to the east of where the warned storm is now, and this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible for Decatur, Hancock, Henry, Johnson, Marion, Rush, and Shelby counties. So the National Weather Service is giving you plenty of heads up, plenty of lead time. This severe thunderstorm warning will go until midnight for that area now east of Indianapolis, where we have the tornado warned storm. The tornado warning does continue, and it's for this area here. Sean was keeping an eye on that camera. Just interrupt me, Sean, if you've got something on that camera.
Well, we've got, yeah, so it's basically just showing the intense wind that's blowing through there as it crosses 65. I have another one at Southport Road where we're starting to see some trucks, some tractor trailers slow down. I think there you go. There's your NDOT camera there. And so this is the leading edge of the strongest wind has now gone to the east of I-65. Okay. It's going to be interesting to see what type of wind reports we get. Here in downtown Indy at Methodist, they had a 51 mile per hour, but we were north of the strongest wind here. So let me show you the radar as this tornado warning still continues for southern Marion County into Johnson County here. Those bright white areas that you see there on live Doppler 13 radar, those pixels are detecting pretty low to the ground, 70 plus mile per hour wind. It's not a guarantee that all of that wind energy gets to the ground, but that is the concern. And that's why they have extended that warning farther downstream, severe thunderstorm warning. I want to show you how this is played out as we do. So we're going to go all the way back here, watch it go right over the radar site. And then you see those little bright white areas that have just cut through northern Johnson and southern Marion. Along those, we can get quick spins. It doesn't matter if we do or not. I feel pretty confident we're going to have some areas of wind damage with this, tree damage and things like that. But there's what's left of the tornado warning. I'll show you that. There's Greenwood still technically in tornado warning, Southport as well. I would argue that the worst is almost done. And there's that broad area, Angela, for severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Newcastle and Rushville and Shelbyville and east side of Indianapolis for at minimum 60 mile per hour wind, but also with some pockets of 70 plus and tornado as well. So those we've seen that through the evening here. I'm going to get some NDOT cameras, try to get out ahead of this again.
We'll give you a quick reset then on radar to show you the line of storms that we are tracking. Numerous warnings, including severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings up and down this line that is now starting to impact the eastern and southeastern sections of the state of Indiana. Our coverage started on the WTHR live stream at about 8:30 or so this evening, and it continues here on Channel 13 as we do have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. If you are east of Indianapolis and can wait a little bit before you head to bed, just to make sure that you don't need to get into the safest part of your home, which, by the way, is the lowest level away from windows and doors. We encourage you to stick with us. If you do have to go to bed, make sure that cell phone is on, the volume is up, and it's charged so that you can hear any important warnings that you may need to know about. We talked about this throughout our coverage tonight. Just based on the atmosphere and the type of storms that we would be dealing with, we needed to treat all of these severe thunderstorm warnings as if they could produce tornadoes and 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, because at the end of the day, 60 to 70 mile per hour wind does just as much damage as a low end tornado, and we knew we had that threat all day long, all evening long, I should say. There's the tornado warning. Greenwood, you're still included in it, although the worst is starting to push just east of you. Eastern Johnson, and then the southeastern sections of Marion County. We'll do a close-up view of that in just a second. There's the extended severe thunderstorm warning, giving you plenty of warning ahead of time. Shelbyville, Rushville, Newcastle, south to Greensburg, into Connorsville and Liberty. These storms will eventually get to you within the next hour, hour and a half, as the potential of severe weather continues. We go north and pick up Muncie. Severe thunderstorm warning for you as well. The storms are just entering the picture, headed into Newcastle and Greenfield as well. New tornado warning. That's going to be for areas just north of Portland. So that's in our far northeastern viewing area. But that is going to be a new tornado warning, and I do want to give you the info on that. That's going to be for the northern part of Jay County until 11:30. Portland, you are not included in that. That mainly, that little notch in the radar that you see, that's the rotation part of this storm. That mainly looks to impact Bern. So that's going to head more north of Portland. Portland, you're not completely in the clear in terms of severe weather, but that tornado warning is just north of Portland and more in that Fort Wayne coverage area. Let's get you back to the tornado warned storm that we have locally, and it does include the southern sections of Marion County and portions of Johnson County. We'll do a close-up view of that storm, and there it is. Sean was showing the velocities and the really bright pink and the really bright white colors with that. If we still have this producing damaging winds and or rotation, it's Acton and east of Clark already, so it is moving quickly out of Marion County and into portions of Shelby County. So northern parts of Johnson, southern sections of Marion, Acton near Clark, that's where we have kind of those bursts showing up with the velocities, those wind spikes that could indicate those 60, 70 mile per hour winds and or tornadoes. National Weather Service is going to go tornado warning, again, based on what we're seeing with the velocities now that are east of Greenwood. And that's going to include you in Morristown and Shelbyville at this point. So want to make sure you get to the safest part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. That is a new tornado warning, and that is going to be for the northern part of Shelby County until 11:30 tonight. New tornado warning because of the storm that just moved through southern Marion and northern Johnson. It's headed into Shelby County now. New tornado warning until 11:30. And again, it's because of those little wind spikes that we're showing here that are approaching the Fairland area, Beach Brook, Shelbyville, Morristown, Rays Crossing. Those are some of the areas across northern Shelby County that this is going to have an impact. So new tornado warning. The highest wind, the wind spikes and the rotation now just west of I-74, but just a few minutes away from that, and it will continue to move quickly off to the east. Let's get the info on this warning real quick. Moving east at 50. So east at 50, we can do another track on this. And actually, let's just do
with it
right here.
Yeah, there's just all kinds of little
Yep.
embedded areas of rotation within this.
So Fairland and at 11:13. So you've got 1 or 2 minutes don't waste time. Get into the safe part of your home, lowest level away from windows and doors. Shelbyville, you've got 10. I also wouldn't take 10 minutes. Go ahead and get to the safe space. Morristown at 11:25. If it would hold together, we're giving you heads up early. Rushville at 11:41. Connorsville around midnight. And as Sean said, lots of rotation within this line of thunderstorms that we're starting to see really intensify. This intensified near Plainfield and really has held together now as it moves out of Marion and Johnson counties and now into portions of Shelby County. One other thing we can show you that kind of makes it easy to see is our rotation detector. And basically all you have to do is look for the bright yellow, and right in that tornado warned area is where we have the rotation detector. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, perhaps a quick spin up of a tornado. And let's go back and do the track on this, because this will give you some perspective of where this developed. In southwestern Hendricks County, moved across parts of western and southwestern Marion, northern Johnson, and you can see the yellow continue. So that is one area of rotation and potential damaging winds that we've been watching. The other has been very consistent across parts of northern Hamilton County and southern Tipton. And now you can see with those new tornado warnings in our northeastern viewing area that yes, there are those tracks as well. Again, an indication of where these storms have been and kind of shows you the rotation that we've been tracking with these over the last couple of hours or so. Let's get you back to radar, and we'll do a few more tracks on this just to show you where we expect these storms to go next. This is the big view. And again, you're watching continuing coverage of severe weather. We have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings, and they continue to issue severe thunderstorm warnings across eastern and southeastern sections of Illinois. Looks like that will dive more toward the Terre Haute-Sullivan area for us. Our main concern centers around this area from north of Bloomington, east of Indianapolis to Muncie, as this line of storms continues to move off to the east and southeast. Let's go straight into that tornado warned storm. Your threat of severe weather is winding down. Martinsville and Monrovia, the rest of Morgan County, along with Danville and Hendricks County, you still have that severe threat in and around the Greenwood area, although those wind spikes are starting to push just east of you, headed into Shelby County. There's the latest tornado warning until 11:30. Heavy storms over Greenwood, the wind spikes in advance of that, and then we've got some heavy storms approaching Greenfield as well. We'll continue to track north, storms approaching Newcastle. We have heavy rain in Anderson, in Markleville, in Muncie as well. There's that tornado warned storm, again, north of Portland, far northern sections of Jay County. This is more the Fort Wayne coverage area. But while we're here, again, we've been looking for these little curves in the radar imagery, and there looked to be a little one east of Muncie. So mental note, we'll keep an eye on that one. That is just east of Muncie, and then we'll come back down to the south, and this one is easy to see, entering western and northwestern Shelby County. It is crossing I-74 as we speak and will continue to move east. So if you are in Shelbyville or the northern part of Shelby County, safe place of your home, this isn't too far away, and we anticipate it will cross 9 and in between Highway 52 and I-74. It's in Fairland now. Strongest part of the rotation, Shelbyville, looks to stay north of you, but still in the safe part of your home. Put those safety plans that we talk about, that hopefully we practice at home. Now's the time to put those into action and let these storms pass you by. It has been a very active night of severe weather for central Indiana, and it does continue at this hour. Any cameras, anything interesting? Oh, you've got the London Road one along I-74.
Yeah, I've got 2 cameras in Shelby County, one near Fairland, one near London, as both of them are about to get hit. It looks to me like some strong wind is going to move over Triton Central High School as it crosses over 74. And we're seeing a very impressive wind signature, unfortunately, with this. So, if, excuse me, if you live anywhere near London or Fairland, it's probably going to go a little north of the Caesars there, but close enough. But yeah, I think if you're familiar with where Triton Central is, that's where it's going to be blasting through. And as we continue to watch this, as things really bode out, and that bright white that you see, again, that's 65 to near 70 mile per hour wind. We talked about Johnson County. This would do damage. We're seeing a lot of, we're starting to get some damage reports, a lot of trees down in Johnson County here. The power outages are going up as well, Angela. Our good friend Tony on the desk, 5,600 outage increase in the past 15 minutes since that storm passed on the south side.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Yes. So that puts things into perspective here. So again, this is continuous coverage, tornado warning that continues. I know I'm showing you the data there. Let me give you a different perspective. just take it back just so you can see where this wind bowling ball is going from. What's interesting is that we started to see rotation in eastern Hendricks County. That prompted the first tornado warning. And then as it went across southwestern Marion County, this thing just started to burst out wind very strongly through southern Marion, through northern Johnson. Now it's cutting through 74 now in near London. Just the worst of the wind right now looks like it's going to be just north of Shelbyville. However, I would still be in my tornado precautions. If you're in Morristown, this wind spike is heading your direction as well. And we'll give you a perspective of what we have here. There's that tornado warning that continues technically until 11:30, but these things are moving so fast that what's going to happen is that they'll likely have to issue another one downstream until we're no longer seeing this type of wind feature, this wind spike that we're currently seeing here on it. But there you go. So continue to see tornado warnings. Radar indicated rotation. I would just treat this whole line that we're seeing in that area in Shelby County with some urgency until it can get to the east of you there, Angela.
And I really think that was some of the best advice given earlier today in our coverage. The fact that we knew this line of storms was going to contain wind damage. We knew the possibility of quick spin-ups with little to no notice, which is the reason we talked about treating all of these warnings, even if it was a severe thunderstorm warning, as if that storm could produce a tornado. And we're starting to see some of the damage come in across parts of central Indiana. We haven't talked a lot about you, Bloomington, yet. Nashville, Columbus, the storms have been to your north and west. Heavy storms in Mooresville and Martinsville covering Morgan County, just below severe limits. Those are headed into Bloomington and Nashville. Nineveh, so southern sections of Johnson County, eventually into Columbus. It's the eastern and northern part of this line of storms that has been the most destructive at this point in terms of all of the warnings and that destructive wind potential. And we still see that with that tornado warned storm north of Shelbyville. Tornado warning continues until 11:30, but we've been giving you the early heads up that Rushville and the rest of Rush County, you're going to be next if this holds together, and for the most part, it has held together. Before we do a little more in-depth analysis, we'll go north. Heavy storms have arrived in Greenfield, into Newcastle as well. Anderson and parts of Madison County ended up with some wind damage. Muncie, you've got some heavy storms. There are storms in Portland, severe thunderstorm warning for you, severe thunderstorm warning now for Winchester in the eastern part of our viewing area. These storms are moving in, so get ready. Winchester, Economy, into Richmond. You still have a little bit of time, but not much, as these storms are racing in your direction off to the east between 50 and 60 miles per hour. Let's go back to the tornado warned storm, and we'll do a little more in-depth analysis on it. And then we'll do a few more tracks just to give you an idea of where the storms will go. So, as expected, Sean mentioned London and Interstate 74, rotating part of the storm staying just north of Shelbyville, but Shelbyville and Morristown, you are under the tornado warning for another 10 minutes, and this tornado warned storm will continue to move east. Where does it go next? Let's come out, and that's the reason we'll do a track on that. So we'll just kind of do a thin track just to show the strongest part of this. As it moves east at between 50 and 60 miles per hour, Rushville, you've got about 20 minutes. We'll wait and see what the National Weather Service does in terms of warnings, but just to your west in Shelbyville, they are under a tornado warning. Connorsville about midnight, and then it will eventually go into parts of western Ohio. But Rushville, Connorsville, Rushville in 20 minutes, and around midnight for Connorsville if this tornado warned storm would hold together. And honestly, so far it has. Let's we were keeping an eye on a little bit of rotation in and around Muncie. It doesn't really look all that strong, but the radar just looked kind of interesting, and it's that area now that's east of Muncie, now pushing into the far eastern part of our viewing area. So just one thing to keep in mind, if you are east of these storms, you still have some time to go before you're in the clear. In terms of severe weather, Winchester, they're starting to move in. Hagerstown, Cambridge City, Richmond, Fountain City, Spiceland, Rushville, Connorsville mentioned you, Liberty as well. This line of intense storms moving off to the east, and now everybody east of that line and in that line under severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. It is still a tornado warning for the northern half of Shelby County. Let's give you a closer view of that tornado warned storm. We did a track on that. Again, Rushville, you will be in the path. Our shear detector still picking up on that wind spike right along and now east of I-74 as this storm continues to move off to the east. And that is one thing that we will, obviously one of the storms that we'll continue to keep an eye on. But as far as that goes, that's one piece of good news, is the fact that we don't have that widespread yellow showing up as far as the wind spikes go, but we definitely still have it in that tornado warned storm that is near Shelbyville at this point. We'll put the radar back on. Those of you in Bloomington, winds are probably picking up a little bit. There's a little outflow boundary here that oftentimes we get some strong winds in advance of the first raindrops. So you're probably feeling that wind pick up in places like Bloomington, Nashville, still northwest of you, Columbus, heavy storms in Franklin and Martinsville, and the tornado warned storm continues for Shelbyville. So as it moves east, Homer and Rushville, Morristown may stay just, it's close. It's close. So Morristown, you're in the tornado warning. Go ahead and be in your shelter. You've got a few minutes before the roughest part of this storm is going to pass you by. And then it's eventually going to make its way toward 3, including Homer and Rushville. So where 3 and 44 intersect in the heart, really, of Rush County. We still have storms on the east side of Indianapolis. They are now below severe limits, but anything along and east of the line, we do have that threat of severe weather. Again, the only good news, that one wind spike was really the only spike we saw, and it's in the tornado warned storm. Was interesting to hear from Sean, though, and Tony on the desk about all the power outages as this line of storms impacted parts of Marion County. I'm going to check the anything from the National Weather Service. So trees, multiple trees and lines down reported in Muncie. That's coming from Delaware County Emergency Management. Same in Madison County, lots of lines down. Good thing to keep in mind, if you have to be out overnight and into early tomorrow, say before the sun comes up, it's going to be very difficult to see where we have trees down, where we have power lines down. Where we do have lines down, you need to treat those as if they are live at all times until you're told otherwise. And just simply navigating, when we have a line like this that impacts so many people, just navigating streets sometimes can be difficult with limbs and branches and trees down. So just a good thing to keep in mind if you have to travel overnight or before the sun comes up. We're going to have some cleanup to do, unfortunately, because of severe storms that have moved across central Indiana. Let's see here. They've continued, nothing new on the radar. I updated those. Big pine trees down in Howard County. That's what a new report. Damage in Johnson County near Greenwood. That's on Peterman Road north of Fairview. Tree and branches down across the road. So again, that's the only thing, that's one thing that we can pass along to you is we don't have daylight. It is going to be very difficult to see where there are trees and power lines down if you have to be out overnight or before the sun comes up tomorrow. And most likely we're going to be in cleanup mode tomorrow because of this line of intense thunderstorms. Sean, that rotation is starting now to move into the eastern part of Shelby County. It's now east of 74. Still at times has looked pretty impressive on radar now, in between Shelbyville and Morristown.
Yeah, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of cameras out there, so I can't give you some NDOT perspectives. I can tell you, at least from my gauge on this, you know, they're going to probably have to extend this tornado warning into Rushville or in Rush County. This thing still, at minimum, is putting down damaging wind, and there's going to be a large, long swath. Well, in fact, there's several swaths of wind damage as these power outages and reports of trees continue. We want you to be in your safe spots. Linville, Shelbyville, still dealing with this. So you see that bright white, again, that's showing us where the radar is detecting just a little bit off the ground, if you will, maybe about 1,000 feet off the ground, where we've got 60+ mile per hour wind that is heading toward Homer, heading toward Rushville. Now there's a lot of sparse land out here, but we still got some wind issues that are going to continue here as we're coming up on 11:30 here on this Thursday evening. Now, I do want to be able to give some folks an all clear. So let me show you a bigger radar perspective. There's that broad area severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern part of the state. Let me draw a line. And, you know, we've used up our energy, a lot of it, not everyone. But you take this line, and so Indy and points north, severe threat is over. The cleanup's going to be going on. South of that line, and especially on the leading edge of the storm line, the wind and rotation spin-up potential still continues until further notice. Now, the severe wind threat may be over, but it's very possible, if not likely, that we're going to have some areas of flooding developing too with the amount of moisture that we have in the atmosphere that's going to get drained out of all of this. So again, we'll wait and see what the Weather Service office does. And I want to do real quickly, and I haven't had a chance, and this is something that we're going to have to monitor. Unfortunately, based on radar, and Wabash County is not in our viewing area. However, radar from earlier this evening, this is a little after 10. Now Wabash is not on the map, but it's, let me circle Wabash real quick, right here. Okay, and then I'm going to play, this is what you're looking at is our debris detector product. That is not a good sign. So that tells me that Wabash took a direct hit. Now what exactly got impacted, don't know, but that's a rather large debris signature that we saw on radar from earlier. So just
you hate to see that because that's near the downtown area.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
right.
sure.
Right.
I take 13 sometimes up to see my parents, and
yep. So that's the fear. That's the fear. So that's another component of this. And then there you go. So we've got the big area, big severe thunderstorm warning, but a diminishing overall severe threat, but with just a lot of damage and power outages.
okay, it has been a long week. We've had the heat, the humidity. We've had several days of severe storm potential. We knew tonight was kind of the peak. If you've been watching our coverage all week, that the Storm Prediction Center, those convective outlooks got more impressive each day, and today was kind of the peak. It is this weather system that will change our weather pattern, but unfortunately it has come with severe weather and numerous reports of trees and power lines down. What I have on radar now are the velocities, and still showing that little spike, and I think this can be kind of a good view because it's not so cluttered with showing all the rain and the lightning and all of that. Where we have that little area of rotation coming out of Shelby County, headed into Rush County, severe thunderstorm warnings along the line all the way now into parts of western Ohio. And that storm that Sean showed you that most likely impacted Wabash continues to be tornado warned as it moves into parts of western Ohio as well. Let's put the radar back on and we will do a reset. Again, you're watching continuing coverage. Meteorologist Angela Buchman along with meteorologist Sean Ash on severe storms that continue to move through central Indiana. Sean also mentioned the threat of flooding. When we see this become more horizontal, that's an issue. because we've got heavy storms over Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus now, and it looks like you may get another wave that would increase that flooding potential. So that's going to be a concern overnight. And the wind damage threat, that's not over yet. We still have, let's see, it's 11:30, maybe half hour, 45 minutes. The storms are moving pretty quickly off to the east and southeast. Severe thunderstorm warnings do continue. Let's actually, since we're talking about those, let's go there. Bloomington, again, we haven't given you a lot of attention because the storms are just now moving in, but from Freedom to Bloomington, Ellettsville to Spencer, Gosport to Martinsville, heavy rain and storms just below severe limits, along with the rest of Johnson County, including Franklin and Nineveh. East to Shelby County, your severe threat is now coming to an end as that storm, the tornado-warned storm, starts to move into the northern half of Rush County. Right now, Rush County and the surrounding communities with this storm are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's check that warning for you. That is going to be for parts of Decatur, Hancock, Henry, Johnson, Rush, and Shelby until midnight. So I mentioned we have about a half hour, 45 minutes or so. That will take it through Rush County in about a half hour, and then we have another warning that goes until 12:15, and that takes it to the state line. So that would take it through Connorsville and Liberty between now and 12:15. So again, I think my timing was pretty good. About a half hour, 45 minutes left on the severe threat for parts of central Indiana. Unfortunately, we're going on about 3 hours of severe weather coverage because of an intense line of thunderstorms that continues to produce that threat of severe weather. Before we go out and we dive into a few more reports, let's check that one warned storm. Again, what we're looking for here, we still have a little bit of rotation and approaching Rushville. So we've been talking about this most of the evening. Safest part of your home. Treat these warnings, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, as if it could produce a tornado. And that is approaching Rushville right now. You can see it there, that bright area of pink. If we have some strong winds or rotation with it, it is right here approaching Highway 52 and the city of Rushville. So center of your home, lowest level, away from windows and doors, let this storm pass you by. And again, as I mentioned, it has been an active night of weather. This radar will take us back, I believe it's a 6-hour loop. Yes, so takes us back to when we were tracking these storms during our 5 o'clock news across parts of Illinois with confirmed tornado emergency warnings. Luckily, the line weakened just a little bit. Atmosphere wasn't quite the same as what they had in Illinois, but still enough to support 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds, and also strong enough to support thunderstorms that may produce tornadoes. But you can see what we've been dealing with and the warnings that continue along and out ahead of this line of thunderstorms. So we'll go back and give you several closer views. Let's start northeast this time. So we'll go up to Portland. That tornado-warned storm that was north of you, Portland, is now in parts of Ohio. There's the city of Portland still under a severe thunderstorm warning south to Winchester. So we're in the eastern part of our viewing area into Newcastle. Richmond, you're going to be next. It's been a pretty quiet evening for you so far, but you do have storms moving in with the potential of some damaging winds. Those storms are in Newcastle and approaching Hagerstown, Economy, Cambridge City, you can see that there. And then as we go south, Connorsville and Liberty, we haven't talked a lot about you yet either. The storms have been to your west, but they are moving in. Rushville, still a bit concerned with the area that is now east of Morristown, that is now approaching Rushville with perhaps some damaging winds with this one. Knightstown, you're getting some heavy storms along I-70, and then south to Shelbyville into Nineveh, Columbus, Nashville. You're probably feeling the winds pick up a little bit, house shaking maybe. There's that little gust front or outflow boundary out ahead of the line of storms. that line of some stronger wind. And then we've got the rain in Edinburgh up toward Franklin that will eventually move through Bartholomew and Brown counties and then into Monroe, Lake Monroe as well. Bloomington, we've got the rain already, and then into the western part of the state, we have storms in Spencer and then back through Terre Haute as well. So some additional storms developing, and that would bring the flooding concern for the southern area, so I-70 south. We've got the heavy rain now and followed by some additional storms that will produce some heavy rain. So flash flooding could be an issue as well. And that is something that that is very difficult to see as well as we head into the overnight hours. Speaking of that, let's see if I have anything new from the National Weather Service. They did let that Shelby County warning expire. Okay, so how they're terming it, the circulation has evolved into more of a surging wind area, and that surging wind area is headed into Rush County, which is why Rush County, we told you, still to be in the safe place, could be locally stronger in and around that area. Reports from Delaware County. Looks like big tree down in a yard on Whitney Road. That's between Muncie and Selma. And as far as damage reports, that's the only other damage report that I see coming in. But remember, it's dark. Emergency managers and spotters are working in really tough conditions tonight as far as dealing with overnight nocturnal thunderstorms, and it's going to take a while for all of those damage reports to come in. And then what the National Weather Service will do is gather those reports, compare it to what they saw on radar, and do they need to go out and survey any damage for potential tornadoes. But we talked about it all evening long in our coverage. Even if you didn't get a tornado, the winds were going to be strong enough to do low-end tornado damage. And unfortunately, a lot of that has verified as far as some of the reports that we're starting to get in from the spotters and emergency managers across central Indiana. So severe thunderstorm warnings continue for the eastern part of the state. I'm going to hang with you just for a little. It's 11:30. Let's go at least until 11:45, and then we could switch over to the stream. Yeah. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything additional that comes out of that original tornado warning for Rush County.
166,000 without power in the state of Indiana. Wow. Marion County over 8,000, Johnson County about 1,200, actually about 2,000. Morgan County near 1,000 and climbing. So those numbers are likely going to continue to go up. I will tell you, based on radar trends, Angela, I think we're finally starting to see, even on the southern edge of this, the wind threat kind of wind. The one location is, and you hit on it, was Rushville. Okay. Yeah, Rushville, and then Liberty, Connorsville. But once that leading edge gets behind your location, that wind threat's going to go down. Now we have to keep our eyes out big time overnight tonight, near and south of I-70 for flooding.
Yeah, you hate to see on radar that east to west orientation.
That's what worries me. Yep.
So when we talk about that, so this east to west orientation of the storms that we have now, Bloomington, Nashville, approaching Columbus, and then the back building of additional storms across parts of Illinois. So that east to west orientation on the radar, never a good sign, and it really is a sign to us that flooding may become a bigger issue. The severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Again, I'm going to stick with you. We're going to stick with you. I say at least 5 more minutes. Let's make sure that we don't get anything additional as far as tornado warnings, and we don't want you to feel that we're leaving you. Eastern Indiana, you're just now starting to get into some of the storm coverage. The severe thunderstorm warnings will continue. Let's put the times back on for you. So Wayne County, Wayne, Union, and Fayette, that will go until 12:15. 12:15, damaging wind threats still in play. The heavy rain, lots of lightning And for you, Wayne, Fayette, Union counties until 12:15, that's your severe thunderstorm warning. The strongest cell has weakened some, and that's the one that's in Rush County right now. And that will travel east, impacting Connorsville and Liberty in the next, 20 minutes or so. So between now and midnight, 12:15 at the latest, just because of the quick movement. And then we'll be concerned, not necessarily with damaging wind potential, but in this area. So Sean said it, I-70 south. So think especially Rushville, Connorsville, Columbus, Bloomington, as we start to see this heavy rain move from west to east and additional heavy rain back building, the flooding threat will become an issue. It was a busy night of storms across central Indiana. We're not quite done with them yet. This is the radar picture as we get ready to head into midnight on an early Friday morning. The threat of severe weather is beginning to wind down. Locally, we don't have any tornado warnings. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings continuing for our far eastern viewing area. So heads up Richmond, Connorsville, Liberty, Rushville. That area until 12:15. You've got another about a half hour to deal with that threat of perhaps some damaging wind gusts. What we've seen on radar trends, as Sean pointed out, lowering the intensity of that damaging wind threat. Just know that we're not going anywhere. We'll be keeping you updated as necessary here on Channel 13. And if you have the WTHR live streaming app, that's where you can also see radar continuing to play and keeping you updated as well. But know that we've had lots of storms, lots of wind damage. Sean said lots of power outages. It could be a little tricky getting to work tomorrow in some locations where we have all of these trees down because this was a nighttime event. We don't have lots of people out overnight getting rid of those trees. So just know that it may take you a little longer to get to work where you're going tomorrow morning first thing. And if you have to be out before the sun comes up and there are trees and power lines down, we encourage you to turn around and find another way to go. It is with the amount of damage that we think we're going to end up with, the amount of trees and power lines down, it is going to take a while and we'll kind of be in cleanup mode tomorrow. Any last thoughts, Sean?
No. I think, yeah, it is going to be very interesting. I've got 6-hour storm reports. These are a combination of wind and wind damage and wind reports, a lot of them around that 60 mile per hour range. But yes, I imagine tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, we're going to have multiple swaths of damage. And you said it, that it's going to, we got a lot of roads that are going to be blocked in some areas. And so you have to wait till the rain eases. But I do like the radar that I'm seeing now, with the exception south, where this is now going to transition into a flood, more of a flood risk versus wind and rotation risk. But the severe threat, in my opinion, I-70 north is done. We just have to get this leading edge past your area, and then we'll be okay.
Yes, so it's Rushville, Connorsville, Liberty, Richmond. So that little quadrant here, that little corner of our viewing area, that's what we have left in terms of the possibility still of some strong damaging winds. As far as the severe thunderstorm warnings go, those are set to expire between midnight and 12:15. Again, thank you so much for being with us this evening and our coverage. It started on our streaming app. If it's something that you don't have yet, it's something that you can download and follow the storms along with us. When we don't have coverage live on 13, oftentimes we'll do some extra coverage on that streaming app as well. But this is the radar picture as we near 11:45 on our Thursday night. Severe threat beginning to wind down with no tornadoes. We are going to get you back to regular programming. If that would change, we will come back on. Just know you've got about 15 to 30 minutes at the most from Rushville to Connorsville, Liberty to Richmond for some gusty thunderstorms before this transitions to south of 70. the potential of a flooding rain event as we head into the overnight hours. We will also eventually transition over to Lindsay Monroe. She will have you covered on sunrise. That coverage begins at 4. For meteorologist Sean Ash, I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman. We will get you back to regular coverage.